those and doing some deliberations later on in the meeting. We have a number of apologies, so just to run through those. I know we've got one from Deputy Mayor Lely, Councillor Holding, Councillor Linwood. Apology for lateness for Councillor McCone, he will be here very shortly. And I believe an apology for Councillor Percival. So that's everyone, I think. So we've got Councillor Cowles joining us online and the rest in the council chamber. So someone move, we accept those apologies. Councillor Ryan, Councillor Hopkins, thank you. Those in favour say aye. Against, that's carried. Do we have any declarations of interest? No, it's fine. So we'll go straight to the single report for this meeting. So find what that is. So the consideration of community feedback on the Waitaki Dog Control Bylaw and Policy. Fairly straightforward, but I just wonder whether Mr. Cole or Mr. Barsley want to make any comments.
Thank you, and through the chair. The Dog Control Act 1996 requires councils to review dog control policy and bylaws every 10 years. The last time the Waitaki District Council did that was in 2014. In late 2023, we conducted a pre-engagement with the community to get an idea of some of the issues that the public and dog owners were finding in regards to dogs, and to help in formulating the consultation documents. The formal community consultation was conducted between 15th of July and the 12th of August. And as a result of that, we received 148 submissions, 13 of those which will be verbally presented today.
Thank you. I just note the camera's not quite set, so once we get on to the next stage, if the two of you could swap places, that would be handy. Okay. So yeah, just turn the microphone off at the moment. And just got a question from Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor Kircher. Look, Andrew, thank you. The first page, first text page of our 620 pages of submissions indicates that we had 148 responses from 131 contributors. So am I correct in assuming that a total of 131 people engaged with the process?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. We had some double ups. Some people decided to add something after they'd already submitted online, and they wished to then change it or add something. So
two supplementary questions. Why does it say on that same page that 128 of those were anonymous when it doesn't appear that's the case? And the second question is, do you think quite substantial policy changes can be justified with such a low response in terms of public engagement?
Well, in regards to your second question, it was well publicised. We did the community pre-engagement. At that time, we made the community aware that the formal consultation was coming up in 2024. So it was widely advertised. That's the number of submissions that we got, Councillor. I mean, I can't really add any more to that.
And the anonymous, what is the explanation for that number, which doesn't seem to tally with what we've got in the way of documents in front of us?
That may have actually been a typo when the report was being written up, because initially when we did the batch download, the submissions were all anonymous, and then once our communication staff changed the parameters for reporting, we were able to get the names and personal information from the submitters.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions? just noted earlier, the just redaction of some of the names within the submissions and so on. So we'll, I think there was probably a bit of oversight. So we'll just make sure that we are clear where that's happened, about which organisations are usually being referred to in those. Right, just I guess in response to you, Councillor Hopkins, the number of submissions on these things would make more of a difference if we're having a referendum, but it's always about the information that we do get and the quality of information rather than just the quantity. And so I think there's some the quantity is good for getting some general trends and so forth. Quality of information, I think, has been really good. People who are involved in particular activities in particular areas, making comments on their thoughts about whether dogs should be off lead and those sorts of things. So, as always, it comes down to us using that information and adding it into whatever the final decision is on the policy bylaw. So first up, we've got our first submitter in the chamber. So we'll be taking people as they arrive in accordance with the timetable. We do have one cancellation. We no longer have Forest and Birds submitting at 10:10. Other than that, I believe at the moment everyone else has indicated they want to speak to their submissions is turning up. So we've now got Robbie Burhoff. So morning, Robbie. Hello. Please take a seat there, and when you're ready, if you just push the silver button on the right hand side of the two buttons. Right. And
okay, done. How's that going?
And yeah, just the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gary. Kia ora tātou. I'm Robbie Verhoff, and I'm representing the Penguin Rescue Society Incorporated, of which I am co-leader. Today I'm speaking for the tauka species, the yellow-eyed penguins, or hoiho, locally known as takaraka in Moeraki. I'm qualified to speak on behalf of the species because I've been hands-on to try and save hoiho as a species for the last 7 years as a volunteer penguin ranger based at Kātiki Point Lighthouse. I was publicly honoured for some of this work with a Citizens Award 2021. Hoiho face imminent extinction from the northern population, having declined another 18% in the last 12 months, and this is on the back of a 75% decline in the last 5 years. The bushy beach colony, closer to Oamaru here, is functionally defunct now with no breeding for the last 2 years and just a few remnant males in residence. Further south, the birds we look after in 3 locations now account for over a third of the mainland population. Hoiho face a number of issues directly responsible for their rapid decline. These are disease, hunger events, declining habitat, and human activity within their habitat. In North Otago, we have a degree of interventions designed to maximise the survival of these birds, and last year we successfully fledged 58 chicks. However, the sad news is that although these chicks all go out being healthy and having good weights, by the time the next breeding season comes along, we would be very lucky to see 2 or 3 return to their colonies. What happens to them? We don't really know the full story, and much more research is actually needed. What we do know is that a number come onto beaches ranging from the colonies themselves right up to Blenheim in one case this year. When they do come up on the beaches, they are very compromised already, often severely underweight and often injured. It can be said that they are already near the end of the line as far as survival goes. They do not have the energy to run from dogs. This goes for adult birds as well as the juveniles. By the time they have come ashore on a beach, which is not their normal place, they are compromised because of the starvation, injury or sickness, like avian malaria, for instance, very predominant at the moment. The beach I'm most concerned about today is the beaches around the Kākanui area that are proposed in this proposal to liberalise dogs on the lease. I've rescued birds there personally, a number of birds at both the northern end and the southern end, as well as within the estuary area itself. birds that have been rescued there would have had no chance of drawing a dog's mouth. Already many dog owners use this area to exercise their pets off a lead. There is little chance of being caught by a dog ranger, and other members of the public rarely intervene. I've seen that personally. I walk there a lot. So dog owners already have choices where they can exercise their pets. Boyhall do not have any choices. It is council's responsibility to do all in their power to help these birds survive. Liberalising this area for dog owners does nothing to meet this responsibility, nor the obligation to help in a small way to save the tauka species. Please do not make this area even more dangerous for the stranded birds. And that finishes my submission. Thank you for listening to us. It's important that we get a voice, and I thank you.
Thanks, Robbie. Just see if there's any questions, but certainly, thank you for being that voice as well, because you do a great job down there. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mayor Kitcher. Yeah, Robbie, thank you very much for the submission and the considered arguments you presented. I'm just curious, you say no to the areas around Kakanui, but you do indicate that you would be happy for an off-lead exercise area on the beach and beach reserve between Beach Road and Thousand Acre Road. Others have said that that's problematic as well, for much the same reasons that you've identified, threats to endangered wildlife, alien wildlife mainly. Why are you in favour of that being an off-lead area, please?
I've never seen a bird there. That's a simple answer to that. I've never seen a bird there. So it's not an area. It's possible that birds will come up there, and in an ideal world, I probably would make leads compulsory on all beaches, in actual fact. But if there was going to be a liberalised area, that would be my choice. In the past, when I was a dog owner, I used to exercise my dog there, and so I know the area there quite well too. And I used it very, very often. Never ever encountered a bird there. But that's not to say that they can't land there. They can, obviously.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other questions? Okay, well, thanks very much, Robbie, and go out and enjoy the sunny day. Hopefully it's not too windy out there. Okay, thank you. Okay, councillors, as we get some gaps along the way, we'll be looking at some of the non-verbals as we would normally do. So we're next got submitter is due at 10:05. So it would seem we've got a reasonable amount of time before then. So just have to get the page numbers. So if we go to page 83, I'll just double check that that's the right one on here. So no, it's we have to add on 25 or so. Just to be complicated. So bear with me. Yeah, it's because there's a document before that, we can't use our go-to page number because it adds some white up. So what's the first one? We're going to say 60.
Search that helpful.
No. So okay, so essentially we have to do So it's on 83, but when you use the go-to function, it doesn't work that way. So, yeah, I'm not too sure. You just need to look at the bottom numbers on the pages and use the 83 on the printed page. Is everyone got there?
Yes, we have now.
Okay. Right, so we'll just work our way through them. I'll sort of take them in groups of 5 submissions. So that'll include John Palathorpe, Trevor Shaw, Rebecca Finlay, Shani Jones, and I see there's a number 2 missing. So we'll go with those first 4. Is there any comments on them, Councillor Ryan?
Just a question, Shani Jones's submission, she talks about more rubbish bins and poo bags available if possible. What is currently available or around Wanda in particular?
Around West?
Wanda.
Oh, okay. Normal policy is that rubbish bins are near shops and so forth, so particularly near dairies and the like, not on. Sorry. Oh, those things. Yeah. As far as the bags themselves, Spardsley.
Through the chair, currently we have free poo bags available to the public at the Cape Wombrow off-lead area and also at the dog park in Chalmers Street.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, couple of questions. One of them relates to poo bags. It actually also relates to a submission that came up later, but since it's been mentioned, a submitter later on suggested giving people some poo bags at the point of registration when they register the dog. Is that a possibility, and would that be a good PR move to introduce? The other question I have here, just with regard to those first 5, Trevor Shaw says he is in favour of dogs being in the currently prohibited area, but then goes on to say should be on lead, too dangerous not to. So do we put him down as a yes or a no, or have you put him down as a yes or a no, in fact?
Through the chair, is he's quite clearly in favour of that change, but that just reiterating that the dogs should be on lead. And my understanding is that he's referring to the proposed changes for the Main Street CBD area. And obviously the requirement, if dogs were permitted in that area, that they would be required to be on lead.
Okay, any other questions?
Well, just comment on that suggestion from the submitter, admitted later in the process, but they suggested that at the point of registration, when people come to register the dog, that perhaps we give them some poo bags.
That's certainly something that is possible, and each year with registration, we look at the different options available in regards to promoting responsible dog ownership. So we could definitely consider that.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to take a hard position on this. I don't think council is auntie and responsible for everything and everyone. That people should take individual responsibility if they want to own a dog. That comes with responsibilities. Therefore, clean up after your own dog. The same thing within the submission on the setting up a fund for desexing. I would suggest that people can't take the time to consider what's involved with dog ownership, they shouldn't have them. What I see here is the opportunity of rural dog owners who, and working dogs, are going to subsidise town dogs who contribute nothing other than large piles of poo on the sports fields.
What do you really think? Okay, we're getting into deliberations already, so let's just work our way through and then come to whatever positions we come to. Okay, anything else on those first four? Okay, then if we go to page 158, which is actually, I can't find the number at all on it. So anyway, Bruce Comfort is first. So we'll look at Bruce Comfort, April Hayes Dixon. Just note the typo on that one, which was on the submission. Michael Adams, Katie Streeter, and Anthea Brown. Just first comment on Bruce Comfort's. He had down yes to submit verbally, but did he change his mind?
Yes, that's correct. He contacted us and said he didn't wish to take part in any hearings.
Okay, that's good as gold. He made a number of comments around people affected by barking dogs and essentially wanting something that was a little more user friendly as far as if people were making complaints and how they were dealt with. But I guess part of that is a fairly structured situation as far as what you have to do is under dog control laws. But can you talk us through that? What can happen? How can it be made easier for people?
Barking dogs is a significant problem in the district, and when we receive a complaint, obviously the animal control officers or animal management officers need to go out and verify that complaint. An initial contact will be made with the dog owner to see if we can provide any education or assistance in regards to the barking dog. That includes sometimes bark collars or just around that education. If the issue continues, the complainant is encouraged to provide us with a barking sheet, which is recording dates, times, and the frequency of the barking. Officers will then try to ensure that they're also there to witness that barking, so then we can take other action. We have the ability to take action under the Dog Control Act, but also under the RMA if we deem the noise to be a nuisance. It can be a lengthy and frustrating exercise, as often the owners are away out all day, so they don't actually hear their dogs barking. So sometimes it's a challenge for them to accept that the dogs actually are barking. So we try to take that approach. We work with both parties to come to a resolution. That's not always possible, and then we have enforcement action that we can take. But we try to go down that education and route where there's consensus amongst the owners and complainants.
Thank you. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you. Through the chair, Michael Adams is one of many who raises concerns around dog owners not picking up after their dogs. Do we have any stats on fines or what like the current level of the issue is at the moment in terms of
Through the chair, that's usually a very topical thing in regards to dogs and owners not picking up their dogs. In the last 4 years, we've issued 7 infringements of $300. The problem with that is you actually have to witness the person walking away from the dog's mess that it's left. We've had one occasion where a member of the public has made a formal statement. We were able to identify the person who issued infringement. Another member of the public was frustrated with their neighbour's dog coming over and doing the business in their driveway. They put a camera up. We were able to get evidence of that. So it's really hard. You have to be Johnny on the spot. We understand that it's an issue, and people bring it to our attention. We can focus our patrolling on those areas to try and catch these people out, or if we're able to potentially identify who it is, we can speak to them and try to get them to be a more responsible dog owner. Our main focus is just getting people to be responsible dog owners and just pick up after themselves. What we find is, and just anecdotally, like sometimes we come across people who haven't picked it up. They actually have poo bags with them, but they don't think people are watching. It's the fear of being caught and being seen, which makes people pick it up. If they don't think they're being observed, then some people won't.
Yeah, I think, you know, as was pointed out, there's a lot of people that do the right thing regardless, but it's the ones that don't that cause the problems. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I think the disappointing matter or issue with regard to this is in the end, we're probably going to end up with a bylaw that's governed by the conduct of the negligent minority rather than the conscientious majority. But my question, again, with respect to Michael Adams' submission, he's also somebody who expressed concern about an off-lead area, especially around Kakanui and Campbell's Bay area. And other people said there's police there. Do we have a dog control officer in Kakanui, or somebody who could respond within an appropriately brief period of time if there was an issue?
Through the chair, no, we don't have an animal management officer based in Kakanui. In 2023, we received a number of complaints about dogs being off-lead exercised in the Kakanui village area. As a result of that, we increased our patrolling. We put up extra signage. As a result of that, I think 3, maybe 4 local residents from Kakanui were infringed after being previously warned for walking their dogs off-lead. So it's a matter of, when we get a complaint, we will go out and actively patrol out there and see what's going on. And as a result of that, we did come across a number of people.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from those other submissions through there? Okay, there was some comments just around the dogs at large, and particularly on rural property, from April Hayes Dixon. Just wondering, it's obviously a challenge when dogs are out in paddocks and so forth, and the question around whether there is stock there or not has been raised in a number of submissions. Ms. Bartley, are you able to sort of elaborate on the thinking around that, just so we can understand from particularly a farmer's point of view, which this may be reflecting, what that might look like?
Through the chair, I wouldn't tend to speak on behalf of farmers. We have a couple of very qualified people here today.
Yes, we do. Yes.
When we look at the reasoning behind this, we already have the ability to carry out enforcement and compliance in regards to dogs at large or wandering around stock. This is also to recognise the fact that dogs can carry diseases, and that through their fouling left on in rural areas and farmers' paddocks, these diseases can then be transferred to the farming animals. And the current bylaw really focuses on dogs worrying sheep or stock or running around in those paddocks seen attacking or worrying stock. What this tries to achieve is a dog that's at large on a farmer's property, may not be anywhere near stock, but potentially is fouling and creating a health issue for the owner of that property. And we just really, again, it's that focus on being a responsible dog owner and making sure you know where your dog is at all times.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson is one of our 3 farming people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, Mr. Bartley, what you're alluding to is C. ovis, the dog being an intermediary of that particular disease. A dog with C. ovis defecating in a farmer's paddock, up to 40,000 spores can be carried on the wind for several kilometres. Sheep are an intermediary of that, and it's also known as sheep measles, which downgrades the carcass and can have quite severe implications cost-wise to the farmer. So I would suggest that that's why most rural or most farmers are nervous, and I know particularly with the Wahimo River at home, if I see people, I don't harass them about having a dog, but I harass them in terms of whether they have a dosing certificate to prove that the dog is safe. And in fact, no one in the rural community can attend a dog trial without having a dosing certificate to prove that the dogs have been regularly purged.
That's very good. I think, that will make for some good comments when we get to deliberations, just to understand that particular issue. Right, we'll go back to verbals and got Peter Plunkett here. So, morning, Peter. So page 12. So, good morning, Peter. Thanks very much for making a submission, and when you're ready, just press the right-hand silver button and away you go.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak. I filled out you had that policy bylaw review with a load of questions and things. I filled some of those sections I answered. I was quite, you've made there are some good changes, and there's some things that I'm no way about negative in any of this. So some sections I didn't have much opinion on, so I haven't filled it in. So what I got to the end was any other comments about the draft. So I've got attached sheets here, which I'm not sure. I'd like to understand if anybody's actually been able to read those or look at those. Can anybody tell me if that's happened? So what? No, I'll tell you. I want to explain a bit of background behind it. Sorry. Yes, this is the attached sheet. Yeah. So did anybody read that? That's what I'd like to know. The only reason I'm asking that is because I got August the 19th. I had an email copy back of this submission from me without this page. Now this clearly says, need more room, add pages, and I would have expected that to be included in the email I got back. So meaning to me that people had read this, so that was my concern. Right. So what I want to do very quickly is read this. I would like the dog control bylaw regarding sports grounds amended and to be aligned with the current policies of the Dunedin and Christchurch City Councils. Now, I say see attachments 1, 2, 3, and 3A. Now, these are photos. This is in Dunedin. This is my dog with a ball on a north ground in Dunedin, where it says here, no dogs are admitted within the marked grounds at any time. If a game is being played, dogs must be on a leash and outside the marked grounds. If no game is being played, dogs can be off leash but must remain outside of the marked grounds. Now, I have had control issues but my dog is, my particular dog is quite easy to maintain under control by the use of sticks or a ball, and so this is somewhere that there's quite a busy traffic here. It's a lot of people walking around, but he's just totally focused on the ball. I can exercise and whatever. So there's several parks. This Bathgate Park's the same. I've been to half a dozen parks and they're very same. They've got good dog parks as well. But I'm just talking about marked, sports grounds. So I just would like to just finish this. So I live 1 block away from a park where I would like to be able to walk my dog and then exercise him with a ball. I currently essentially I need to drive. I mean, I can walk to the Armagh Park East, but generally speaking, it's, depending on what I have to do during the day, but I certainly really need to drive to Fenwick Park, I could walk there, but it's a reasonable walk from my house. I'm just suggesting there's lots of talk, and I haven't had time to research this, but there's lots of talk in council paperwork about well-being. And I'm suggesting this is not good for my well-being or the dog's well-being for that matter. But because sometimes it's difficult to exercise him enough. He's a youngish dog, he's a strong dog, and he likes to chase a ball for, So what I'm saying here, that's only my personal circumstance. At least I could theoretically walk. I can walk down my park. But if I lived in Tayward Street or some part of the North End, it's, you have that little small park in, I think it's Berkeley Place, which is a nice little place, but it's once again, if you lived in, whatever, Lynn Street or somewhere, it would be the same as me. It's quite a long walk. I would like to, so what I'm trying to suggest, it would be quite nice, I would have thought, for people in the North End to be able to go and use some parts of, Centennial Park. So that was that's the main issue. So I'm saying people who live in the north end of Oamaru are essentially poorly served because a large proportion of those people don't live within walking distance of an off-lead area. And being able to walk, to exercise their dogs off-lead on their local sports ground, but with the same controls as the CCC or the DCC, would show the council recognises the importance of recreational and exercise needs of dogs and their owners. Now, I've got a little piece here. I mean, that's the photos from that's the North Round and the Bathgate Park. I've been to, not sure the name, Ravensbourne. It's a park I go to quite often in Waitati, which is a fabulous place, Bland Park. It has the same sign, and it's fabulous to be able to stop there and have a walk around the outside field. This is a photo of Hanson Park. I haven't had a chance to do much research in Christchurch. Hanson Park's in Opawa, St Martin's, and it's a fabulous big park. This particular day I took this photo, had a marked rugby ground. It's got a concrete cricket pitch, but there is still room around the exterior of the park, and there were other people with dogs off lead there when I was there. This sign only indicates a dog must be under effective control. It shows the dog, shows a walker, and it shows bikes. It doesn't have the, normally I think you would have the lead, person with the lead. When you go through, unfortunately my copy, yours might be better, but my copy is missing some words here, this, this is out of the Christchurch City Council dog bylaw, control bylaw. Unfortunately, I can't really read it, but I'm sure it says that just this first line is quite interesting. Council recognise the importance of the recreational and exercise needs of dogs and their owners, and endeavours to provide opportunity for dogs and their owners to access many different places across the city. So there's other little pieces in it. They do have a schedule, which I, to be honest, I haven't looked at. There is a schedule of places where you can't exercise dogs, but the understanding through this section is that there are quite a few areas like this, that are sports grounds in Christchurch that you can walk and exercise your dog off lead as long as it's under effective control. I won't hold you up too much longer. So what I did want to say was, on a positive note, well, I've actually put the only other thing that I've done is I haven't read anywhere. There's been nowhere in here where there's been talk of a small dog park, and I'm not sure if that's under, if that's under consideration or not. There was certainly no mention in the original. There's no mention of any questions in the original document. This document. I assume there's no mention of that.
It's something that's been submitted on the last couple of years, and
yes,
plans, and it's something that's we haven't got any particular plan for that, I think, but your suggestion here was a good one.
What I would like to do, on this point, I've put a couple of photos in here, and one of them, because I would not like to see, I think people did ask us several years ago for the Oamaru Park East, some part of that to be fenced, and I personally would like to not see that happen. I think there's some areas, unfortunately, they're in the south end of town, which doesn't cater for it, but I think possibly what do you call it up there, the reclamation reserve or something, would possibly be, or I think across the road from the existing dog park now, and that little, I think parking can be made, and that would be quite a nice area, and it would be in conjunction with the normal dog park. But that's an aside. I'm not trying to, I'm just trying to suggest that there is some sort of push behind the scenes or something. I would like not to see, I like the Oamaru Park East to remain as it is. It's a beautiful park. We're very fortunate to have it. It's one of the few treed areas with shade, and Oamaru, it's a fabulous, So the last thing I want to say is, on a positive note, I would like to commend the council on the existing facility at Fenwick Park. I've been to quite a few dog parks up and down the South Island. I've been to Nelson, Blenheim, Christchurch. I've been to quite a few in Christchurch, Dunedin, Gore, and so in my opinion, this Oamaru one's the best one I've been to. It has a great mix of manicured grounds, rough ground, shade, and the creek flowing through it is great. And I would implore that no changes made there. I think it's a fabulous venue. So anyway, thank you very much for listening to that.
No, thank you very much, Peter, and thanks for the research you've done and sharing your experiences from elsewhere. That was helpful, and actually seeing signs, how people are communicating elsewhere and so on. That's helpful to us as well. So thank you. We've got Councillor Hopkins with the.
Peter, thank you very much for your submission. two questions very quickly. First one is, you say in the submission, I don't mind if the main shopping areas of Thames Street remain prohibited. In other words, no dog stall. So my question, given your enthusiasm for more flexibility elsewhere, I'm curious to have the answer to that. And also a number of other dog lovers have said proposed fencing around Albemarle Park east. So why are you opposed to fencing there, please?
Well, let's talk about the first question. The business through the main street, I'll be first possibly having a lot of business owners that submit against that, because obviously fouling is an issue, and there was discussion about fouling before that I listened to, but there's two parts of this fouling issue, and one of them, I think anybody who walks their dog up the main street is going to pick up feces. But it's the urinating that I'm sure that any building owner or shop owner would not be happy about. And for me personally, my dog's kind of reasonably large. It's a male dog. He likes to mark his trail, and I actually would feel a little bit, sometimes you feel a little bit uncomfortable if he urinates on somewhere that's in somebody's whatever, So that would be. What I would like to see is, because at the moment the laws are a little bit constrained. I think this piece of Itchen Street down here is I would just like to be able to free it up along Tyne Street. I'm not worried about Harbour Street, but this piece of Itchen Street. That's, so if you weren't able, it'd be nice to take my dog and sit outside and have a coffee out there, but I don't need to, So anyway, the next thing is that the Fenwick Park, for the reasons that somewhere else could be, I think there's quite a few other places that would substitute, and I think the best place is definitely across the road from Fenwick Park, where there's a council sort of yard that they use occasionally for wood and sometimes wood chips and things. The Fenwick Park, I don't know the history of that, but those trees there's a lot of quite mature trees in there, and I think that it's quite well used by dog people as it is, and I think, and whenever I'm there, I've never seen any issue there. I mean, occasionally you will see some fouling there for sure, but, that does happen around the streets. I don't know, but it's a park that, it's a little bit difficult to say why it shouldn't be fenced, but, I think it hasn't been fenced for 120 years or 140 years. I don't see that we need to do it now, just, when there are other alternatives. So thanks very much. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you for all of the information, really helpful. So
Thank you.
appreciate you taking the time. Okay, councillors, if we just got a few more minutes before morning tea break. So if we can go to find out where we got to. So submission number 11 in the non-verbals on what they make it 178. Go to page 178 and look at those next 5 submissions, starting from James Glucksman, Amy Wilson, Jennifer Herbst, Amy McCauley, and Kayla McNamara. So any comments if you want to make on those? Councillor Ryan, thank you. Oh, go for it.
Okay.
Yep, sure.
Just what Anthea Brown's submission raised concerns about 5 minutes being too restrictive for tethering. Just through the chair, how did you land on the 5 minutes? Or I'm just curious.
I'll be completely honest through the chair. I'm not sure. 5 minutes was just a little bit of a given, and officers are neutral on the 5 minutes or 10 minutes, so I can't give you an answer there.
Yeah, I think it was good to give a time, so because if you don't, then people don't necessarily comment on it. It was good to get the feedback that we did on whether 5 minutes was right or not. Any other ones through to the end of submission 15? I think. Okay, well, we might have a break now, and it's going to be for 15 minutes. So we'll be back sharp on 10:35. Right, welcome back to this hearing for the dog bylaw and policy. We are carrying on with the non-verbals now, and we're going to page 198, submission number 16, and the non-verbals, Jude Ansbacher. And looking at hers and Helen Riley Duddens, Amanda McGregor's, Ryan Pigo, and Carmen Webster. So, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, I've got a couple of questions about a couple of them. But I suppose in the, what is clear with regard to the having dogs in the commercial areas of central Oamaru is that there's a very, very polarised view. People are either eagerly, enthusiastically in favour or strenuously and vigorously opposed. I'm just curious to know the percentage of dog owners relative to the total population. In other words, basically working on registrations, how many people would you say in a district of 23,000 or even a town of 13,000 actually own dogs?
So we currently have almost 5,500 dogs registered in the district. Obviously, some of those dogs owners have multiple dogs. So we have approximately, I think it's just over 3,000 dog owners in the district.
That's district-wide.
Yes.
I think the latest stats has us at 24,600, depending on some of the sources at least. Right, any other comments on any of those submissions?
Yep.
Councillor Ryan?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Helen Riley Dutton's submission raised concerns over there not being enough signage and it making it slightly confusing, especially for visitors to the town. I guess obviously no changes have been made yet, but is there any plan in place at the moment in terms of publicising these changes and actually I guess having more signage around town, especially, you know, obviously dog owners in the district should know where they can and can't take their dogs, but especially for visitors and that sort of thing. Are any plan in place at the moment yet? More signage?
Through the chair, yes, obviously waiting for the outcome of the bylaw review. But for instance, if we were to adopt dogs being allowed in the CBD and also the requisite for them to have a specific length on their leashes and being tethered, then we would need to have some specific signage just to make it clear. We do encourage our dog owners to be responsible and look at what the rules are, and also people who are visiting our area to also have a look to see what the requirements are. Not everybody does that, but you know, it all comes back to being a responsible dog owner.
Yeah, I think it's a bit challenging to think that everyone, you know, thinks to do that, and if people don't see signs, well, that's it's like when you're driving around the car, you know, you don't know what you do everywhere, but we have signs everywhere. I did ask Mr. Cook the question around you know, more signage and how that could be funded, so on. I think it would be very appropriate to fund it out of the dog registration fees, but he says that's already fully allocated, so we would need to look at the level of the dog registration fees. In this case, I think it would be particularly wouldn't apply to the working dog category. It would be the non-working dog category. So, you know, that's what we need to consider at some stage. But when we get through this, I think it's part of the recommendation could be around the you know, what we should see in the long-term plan around funding. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I thought about the same thing, and I also was wondering. First of all, there's a general Parks and Reserve budget, and signage and good signage covering all the matters that pertain to those Parks and Reserves should be part of that. And it may also be that some of it could be funded, I would have thought, through the RMA fund. But I have a question, possibly. I have a question with regard to, again, Helen Riley Dutton's submission. She's talking about this. This is the question. She's asking or supporting the change with regard to having dogs within 10 metres of children's play equipment, or proposing dogs may pass within 10 metres on a formed track. She's saying that her understanding is that dogs simply aren't allowed in the playgrounds at all, not just within 10 metres of play equipment, and then goes on to explain that there's a whole series of problems with that for her family, and sometimes there isn't a paved pathway near the playground. So what actually is the current situation, and are we satisfied that the pathway or paved area provision proposed in the bylaw will be effective in terms of actual locations and actual playgrounds?
Through the chair, currently the bylaw as it relates to parks, for instance, you have like Arana Park or the park in Tamar Street. Dogs are allowed to be on lead in those parks, but are prohibited from being within 10 metres of the play equipment. So in the far right hand corner of Arana Park, there's slides and swings, so dogs aren't 10 metres of those, but the rest of the park on lead, unless there's specifically dogs prohibited, such as the Oamaru Public Gardens. The entire area in there currently is dogs prohibited. In regards to paths through these sorts of areas, very few of these areas currently have paths that go through them within the vicinity of play equipment. So any signage or requirements would need to be very clear about what the designation is of the area, and just that dogs, if it's adopted, dogs are permitted to be on lead traversing through that area. But at the moment, dogs are actually allowed to be on lead in most parks, such as those I've described anyway.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know statistics can tell a story, but I just need to confirm the discussion that we've had as we look at these issues. We had 128 submissions to this process, which if 131, if you presume that they are all dog owners, we're talking about 4.3% of dog owners who have submitted. And if we look at the dog ownership, we're talking about 87.5% of our population who are not dog owners. So whilst I would expect those who own dogs to be passionate about them, we're talking about a problem or 12.5% of the population require us as council to employ 3 animal control officers. I don't mean to be political, but there are far more important things that this council needs to deal with.
Yeah, under law, we need to deal with this. But it's just the nature of bylaws. So yeah, we are required to revisit it. And for this, for some people, this is really important. But so anyway, we do it justice as much as we can. Yes. You repeat it. Okay, we'll go back to the verbals. We've got Mike Harrison here, so welcome, Mike. I think you know how these things work. For councillors, it's page 80. Go to page 81 should work. Oh, what are we up to? Yeah, try 91. Okay, Mike, the floor is yours. Microphone hasn't gone on properly.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here. Yes, I'm one of those people that do own dogs. My wife and I, we have 2 dogs who are microchipped and registered, and we take good care of them. They're part of our family. I might also say that I'm part of the Motor Caravan Association, and as we travel around the country, that all the camping grounds we go to, including the Motor Caravan and the other camping grounds that are privately owned or by council, are dog friendly now. And we're looking at more than 70% of our tourism in New Zealand is actually New Zealanders travelling around. So it's very important when we're looking at tourism type nature. As our on-route community is, we're very much around who's coming to the town, how we actually facilitate for those. So I would say there, the likes of people visiting here, if they're bringing their family, their little ones, little dogs with them, they will walk around the town. So having areas that are very central to our town, having them excluded from ability to have dogs on lead, then I believe that's a disincentive to people to come and visit here. I'm obviously submitting that I'm in favour of supporting the changes proposed in the Schedule 1. Do note the Schedule 3, of course, does need to be rewritten with whatever Schedule 1 ends up with eventually. So for Schedule 1, I did have two exceptions there, because we do talk about the dog leads at 1 metre and at 1.5 metres, somewhat semantic, but I suggest that for the ease of any enforcement or management, one expectation that they should be quite similar. I'm not sure what length of leads you actually get as a normal from the shops, but we need to be very careful that you have a small dog with a tall person, that the 1 metre or 1.5 metre lead is actually long enough for it. I think it's very important for the town to show itself as being dog friendly or visitor friendly and be accommodating towards that. There is concerns that dogs will leave their presence behind. I know that when we walk, we take bags with us. We pick up after our dogs, but we also pick up after other dogs. Not everybody will do that. So I do appreciate that there is a small number of people that could leave behind their visits. But it's one where if we look at it as percentage basis, I'm sorry, I don't have the exact percentages that the councillor presented before. But if we got a small minority of the dog users that actually would circumvent by not keeping them under control and not cleaning up after them, should we actually preclude or put a barrier to the majority of users for that basis? So we need to look around what is good. Majority users do pick up after themselves and do actually have them under control and manage them, but there is some dogs, some owners that do not do that, but that's a relatively small proportion of the lot. So in closing, I just wanted to say I do support this. I think it's a very good move forward. It's encompassing or encouraging to the community around being able to come into our central areas and live with those. Noticing a number of our cafes, not usually in the central area at the moment, but they already put out dog bowls for watering for the animals. So there is a movement towards encompassing for that. I'd like to see the council actually adopt that as well. So I support the proposal put up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harrison. Councillors, do we have any questions? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Harrison, I see that you supported the an extra $1 going on your dog registration to subsidise de-sexing of dogs. Would you like to elucidate why you took that position?
I'd like to show a commitment as a dog owner that de-sexing and looking after animals is an important step to do, and I'm prepared as a dog owner, pet owner, to actually contribute to that, to actually assist others where it may not actually be possible for a lot of reasons.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Mike, Mr. Harrison, just curious, you say in support of the proposal to relax the laws regarding prohibited area in central Oamaru that many retail businesses are supporting the inclusion of dogs. I have to say either I'm not very observant or I'm just not going to the same places, because I can't honestly say that I've noticed that. Can you tell me where these many retail businesses are, please?
My apologies if I misconstrued that. That was not centre businesses in the central business district. I'm talking the likes of Scott's, for example, who are outside the central business but have bowls. Mitre 10 Mega allow for pets to walk through their stores now, and I'm seeing that Bunnings and other big box retailers are also encompassing that. And that's around where they have a hospitality function within the stores, so they're looking for everybody, removing barriers for people to come, to stay, and to spend that extra time. So yes, they turn up by.
Okay, thank you very much for taking time to make the submission and for coming in, Mike. Much appreciated. Thank you. Next, councillors, we've got Jim O'Gorman, second time within a week of being in the council chamber. So welcome to you, Jim. Just, yeah, you know, know the process, but yeah, just when you're ready to go, press the button on the right hand side there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've discovered the right button this time. Thank you for the invitation to talk about dog laws. I'm from Kakanui. And I want to draw your attention, if you would, please, to the spit at Kakanui. Now, if the vehicles that pulled up to Kakanui and had dogs pouring out the back of them to harass the birds happened here in Oamaru and amongst the blue penguin colony, there would be an uproar. I approached the council in February in 2023 to ask them to help us manage the birds and the dogs at the end of Cobblestone Road in Kakanui and protect the spit. Nothing has been done, and there are less and less birds every year. It might sound stupid that I'm talking to a dog bylaw and talking about birds, but this is what happens, is that when the dogs are squeezed out of one area, they are taken to another and just let roam free. Now we've got, I think at last count, a friend and I counted 24 different species of seabird living in the Kakanui estuary. There's a lot less now, of course, because it's so frequent that dogs, that the cars will stop on the estuary, open the doors, and 3 or 4 dogs will run out and immediately chase the birds at their owner's encouragement. And I know this is supposedly illegal, but this is what happens day by day. And I'm sitting there at my place watching this happen day after day. The seabirds cannot settle, they cannot breed, and they are being decimated by our stupidity. All we need to do, Mr. Mayor and councillors, is to seal off the end of Cobblestone Road to traffic and to any vehicles and to dogs off lead. We have a QE2 covenant on the north bank of the Kakanui estuary that was put in there in the 1990s. I was one of the people that planted the whole thing out with the intention that we would protect the seabirds and keep the dogs off the area. None of that has happened. As four-wheel drives have become more sophisticated, there's more and more access to the beach. It means that more and more people are coming there for their recreation. I've got no objection to people walking on there, but driving over the nests, driving straight to the birds and chasing them away is, as far as I'm concerned, it's just simply not on. We've got seriously endangered seabirds in our coast, and we're doing very little to help them. It's wonderful having the blue penguin colony here in Oamaru, but we've got birds out in Kakanui that really would like to live there, and we're getting more and more stress coming on them because of dogs. And when it comes to working around the village on the south side, it's said that there might be an idea to have dogs off lead. I'm going to suggest that's really silly, because Kakanui is a visitor town, and a lot of our visitors bring their dogs, and a lot of their dogs do not mix with the village dogs. And so we get all sorts of silly problems that are brought on by unintentional activities by humans who don't understand dog activity. Similarly, at night, we've got people who love to let their dog out for a pee at 8 o'clock at night and then open the door at 11 o'clock to let the dog back in, having no idea where that dog has been. And I can tell you, those dogs create mayhem. Our young children at the school had blue penguin colony going. They had 23 penguins. I'm sorry about the time. They had 23 penguins, and in approximately 2 weeks, dogs let off at night got rid of the lot. Now that was disastrous for our kids. They were crying in the street. No, seriously, they were very, very upset because they'd gone to a lot of trouble with Mrs. Jones to set that up. And the people who owned the dogs just simply laughed and walked away because there was nothing to stop them. Please, we've got to do something about dogs. Councillor Thompson was dead right. A very small percentage is doing an awful lot of damage to the larger community. Now we've looked for support for the seabirds and for looking at the dogs. It's not just me standing up. For those who went to the future villages or future towns meetings earlier this year, there was a large number of people supporting what I'm talking about. Thank you. That'll do, Mr. Mayor.
Good. Thank you very much. Mr. O'Gorman, do we have any questions? Councillor Hopkins?
Yeah, I suspect this is a question more for Roger or Andrew. The proposal to close a road in response to perceived problem of human, dog and endangered wildlife interaction. Is that a step too far in terms of the bylaw? Would we have to implement that proposal were we to decide that it was had merit? Would we have to implement it through a different process, or could we actually do it as part of the enactment of this bylaw?
I would have to seek advisement on that, but given that it's a road, it would be subject to different legislation, obviously the roading department. I'd just also like to point out that the area that Mr. O'Gorman is talking about is not actually under Waitakere District Council control. It's Lynn's. That's not to say that we don't have a responsibility to assist in protecting the wildlife in conjunction with Lynn's and DOC, but that area where vehicles are driving over on the North Bank is not controlled by Waitakere District Council.
I think, yeah, in relation to those comments, it would be good for us to have a discussion with Lynn's to actually ascertain what they want to do with that land and pass on the comments. The likes of Mr. O'Gorman and others that have been made over the years, because it is an issue. I know it's seemed to be a recreational area where people can take dogs, but equally it is a wildlife area, and we want to make sure that Lynn's know that and that they are doing what they should be doing as well. So if it can be noted, then that's an action that's coming out regardless of what happens with the bylaw.
I have one other question. Apropos of that, Mr. O'Gorman, there's another submitter from Kakanui who proposed an off-lead area, not that supported you in terms of your concern about this particular area, but they then proposed an off-lead area on the other side of the river. I think it was an old railway track or something running from the bridge to the church. Would you see that as a possible off-road area that might serve as a substitute for the one that you're concerned about and that you've submitted on?
Thanks, Councillor Hopkins. Yes, an area that I would consider safe to have the dogs running in would be the little beach area. If you drive directly from the shop past the hall to Cat's Eye Point, rather than that down Cobblestone Road, if you drive to Cat's Eye Point, there's a little area of beach just before you reach Cat's Eye Point that has had a number of rocks tumbled down there to prevent erosion, and that has nothing. No birds, no interruption, no nothing. The animals, and it'd be several hundred meters to the south of that point, so south of that area, that would be satisfying the needs for dogs running there. But from there, basically all along that beach, right down to the spit, there are birds trying to nest in amongst all the debris on the side of the beach there, and dogs are just being let loose to roam in there as they feel. But you're right, there is an area there that could be very easily used for off-lead running.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jim. I appreciate you coming in, taking the time to make the submission. So, thank you. Councillors, we'll go back to non-verbals, and just noting that the progress we've made so far is relatively slow compared to how many submissions we do have to get through. So we just need to be a wee bit more focused if we can. At the moment I'd be suggesting that instead of 45 minutes for lunch, that we actually have half an hour, just so to give us some extra time to get through the non-verbals and still have sufficient time to make some deliberations at the end. So we'll see how we go tracking the time there. So we're up to number 21 in the non-verbals. So that's on page 228, I'm hoping. Two, 118. Helps me, I put my glasses on. Okay, so that's Leslie Wrightson and Glenn Rousel, Kathleen Stringer, Tessa Robertson and Joanna Hay. So do we have any comments from any of those submissions? Nothing. Okay, if we can look to the next ones, Alan Peterson, Richard McIntosh, Helen Huntress and Rosalie Goldsworthy. Just noting Rosalie is the organizer of the very important Penguin Trust at Moraki Lighthouse.
I did make a note. I did make a note, Joanna Hayes' submission on page 178, and it goes to the matter that Councillor Thompson raised earlier. And yes, it is a comment, but I do think I would pose a question to all of us. Is this a priority that we should attach significance to? The comment made on 178, while it's nice to be inclusive of dog owners, the WDC serves people first. Let's not relax our dog bylaws so much that there are no spaces for the people to enjoy without dogs.
So it's a good comment.
And one I've got it. One other thing, again, Andrew or Roger, Helen Peterson talks about fencing around off-lease area, or she says they'd like fencing around Awamoa Park, saying it would be more user-friendly. And in my dream world, there'd also be a park bench for owners to sit on. What is the regulatory department's view with regard? I mean, we've had very diametrically opposed views regarding fencing at Awamoa. What's your view? Would you favour it if it were to be, say, an off-leash area or identified as something of that nature? Would you see fencing as a pro or a con?
I think if we look back to Mr. Plunkett's submission where he talked about the visual aesthetics of the area with the trees and a fence taking away from the natural environment there, although we do have to recognise that this is actually an off-lead area. So if we were to have it as a fully off-lead area, then perhaps some fencing is adequate. It's not something that is part of the bylaw. This is more of a parks and recreation area where they will set land aside and the funding would come from then. But for us, it's a matter of whatever decisions are made is enforcing that, doing the education and the compliance side of it. I don't know about the staff that I represent, but myself, I don't have a particular opinion in regards to fencing that particular part of Awamoa Park.
Thank you.
One other question. Kaylin Huntress makes a point about, more public waste baskets or bins on residential streets where you want to encourage dog walks. Are we talking here about, is there such a thing as a kind of a dog poo container? Are we looking at, if you like, separate collection sites, or would we co-locate those with other bins, or were we to say to you we wanted more of those things, how would you implement that request from us?
I'd go to the roading department and ask them to consider, and as part of their annual long-term plan, providing more waste receptacles in the streets. It's not something that is part of the regulatory department's domain. We hear this a lot about we want more rubbish bins so people can put their dog poo bags in rubbish bins. I'll be quite blunt. most dogs, small dogs, medium dogs, it's probably not even 100 grams, 200 grams. I don't understand why people can't carry that home to their own rubbish bin. I have two large dogs and I'd say close to half a kilo on some walks. I get, maybe exaggerating a little bit, I managed to carry it home. Obviously, having more rubbish bins creates more cost, and having more rubbish bins doesn't seem to encourage people to pick up their dog poo. We find dog poo deposits next to where we supply dog bags and also next to rubbish bins where people are supposed to put it. So I can't say that it wouldn't help alleviate the problem, but equally I say that that it would.
I mean, fundamentally, it will increase the rates, and you know, we're already under pressure to put more rubbish bins for the broader public use in certain places, and we try to do that. But have in mind that every one of those rubbish bins that goes in is another bin that needs to be emptied, usually each day. So it adds quite a considerable cost over a year. There are a good number of bins, but I think it is that I think people just have to be responsible, and if their dog managed to take it to there, they need to take it from there and make sure that they take care of it properly. Right. Anything else up to submission 30? 30. Okay, if we go to submission 31 to 35, starting at page 254. So we're looking at Fiona McNeil, Christine Negus, Charles True, Ross Palathorpe, and Joyce McEwen.
It was Charles True who made the suggestion about having the dog poo bags that made available apparently in Dunedin.
Not sure what you mean.
Well, I asked a question earlier and I mentioned the fact that the submitter later on had suggested that we might give dog owners some free dog poo bags at the point of registration. And it was Charles True who made that submission and said that is what Dunedin does.
Yeah, I guess the challenge is that, you know, if someone's taking their dog for a walk every day and basically that's a lot of bags you've got to give out. No, so it comes down to, you know, what's cost effective, and anything additional, unless someone's sponsoring it, basically comes an extra cost. So we just have to be mindful of that. Okay, anything else through to number 35 there? Okay, we'll go to the next section, starting at page 274. David Pauling, Colin Wolferson, Bernadette Rawson, Daryl Smith, and Sue Maritaria.
I have a question to Andrew again. I would have thought that the vast majority of people who've submitted on the number of dogs that would be an appropriate limit are actually arguing for less than 5. Except for breeders. Do we have a view on this, and have you guys alighted on a potential optimum number?
Through the chair, I think the consensus amongst the animal management team was that 5 is a good number. Obviously, the more dogs that somebody has on their property, the more likely it is that they potentially would become a nuisance given barking and that. But if we were to limit the numbers, then consensus was that 5 was probably the area we'd be happy with.
Yeah, but in response to the submissions, what I'm saying is the majority of the submitters appear to be saying less. 3 is a number that I register a lot. Some people have even said no more than 2 in town. So have we modified our position relative to the optimum number as a response to the submissions?
Well, sorry, hopefully I'm not misunderstanding your question, but we currently don't have currently don't have a limit really, and we're really looking for guidance from the community as to what they think would be an acceptable limit.
Well, that's my question. You've said you guys think it's 5. I'm saying the majority of submitters think less. In having noticed that that is the community's view, have you changed yours?
Sorry, Councillor, it's not really my decision to make. I haven't changed my view. I don't really have a stand in regards to that. It really comes down to who's submitted, the number of submissions, and what the councillors at the hearing today feel is appropriate. Obviously, whatever that number is, then our team will look to ensure there's compliance with that.
Anything else through to submission 40? Okay, go to 41 on page 294. So looking at submissions, Sherilyn Hellier, Tammy Troy, Mary Peenan, Lynn Murdoch, and Chelsea Clyde. Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah, sorry, we're pushing through a bit quickly, but Daryl Smith, who submitted foot 39, he raises the question of a couple more dog parks in the area, maybe North Oamaru and Kakanui, as well as the existing one. Have we looked at the possibility of, have regulatory or the dog control team looked at any optimum or possible sites for expanding the dog park, number of dog parks in Oamaru and or Kakanui?
Through the chair, the off-lead dog parks is outside the scope of the bylaw and the policy. We're primarily for compliance, education, and enforcement of the dog bylaw. In regards to people's submissions on what they would like, the intention is for us to pass those comments on to Parks and Recreation people, and to also go back to those submitters to encourage them to submit in regards to long-term and annual plan in regards to what they would like. We currently have a small off-lead dog park in the north end of Oamaru, but I can't answer for the other regulatory stuff.
Okay, anything through to submission 45? Councillor Thompson.
Just note that the submission from Sherilyn Hellier again highlights perceived problems with dogs similar to what Mr. Gorman spoke about in Kakanui.
Okay, anything else? Okay, if we can go to submission number 46 onwards, so page 314. So Brian Harrison, Jeanette McKenzie, Phil Jensen, Kirsten Jardine, and Jennifer McCulloch. Councillor Hopkins.
That's the question. Brian Harrison's one. He makes a suggestion on the last page. Any other comments? Please print the new regulations off lead, on lead areas on the reverse of the annual dog licence renewal reminder. Is something like that possible? Could we use the document as an information pamphlet as well as confirmation that people have registered the dog?
Through the chair, it comes at considerable cost to include any pamphlets with the dog registration form, and the officer's position is that the information is readily available on our website, and anybody who wishes to know about particular areas where they are living, where dogs can and can't be, is more than happy. We're more than happy for them to contact us, and we can send them that information. But we would raise costs in regards to sending that out with the dog registration forms. This year we included a QR code on the envelope, which took people to the dog registration and maps page. Although obviously people have the ability to utilise the QR code with their phones.
Yeah, I think we do need to consider what comms will be with whatever changes we do make, and sure that's publicised as much as possible. But certainly that regular reminder when they get the bill, whatever, that link to here's where you find the information. Yeah, make sure you're aware of that if you're taking your dogs out walking anywhere. Anything else through to where we get to 50, submission 50. Okay, so we look at submission 51 through to 55. Katrina Hazelhurst, Hayden Gold, Sarah Lee Mullen, Joanne Kent, sorry, and Rachel Keane. Any feedback on those ones? Councillor Thompson.
Just, I've read several comments again around the bag and problems with owners when they run out of bags, etc. Again, we actually need to have individual responsibility. Bags are not an expensive item. You can get a bag from the supermarket that would be just as suitable.
Your comment. That's what I can say on that one. So anything else there?
Just I think Hayden Gold, Rebecca's mentioned this a number of times, but I do think some of these submissions are very thoughtful about the need for better signage. And I really do think there's as part of the package of reimagining or recreating the bylaw, that we should put more thought into signage generally and make sure it's a bit more frequent and informative, I think.
Through the chair, I would thoroughly agree with that, and with the proposal on the table in regards to sports grounds, then signage would need to be improved. However, in regards to Mr. Gold's submission, he's specifically talking about Western sports grounds, which are dogs prohibited, and there is signage at the moment for the drive in there. There could be more, and if this proposal does go through in regards to sports fields, then the appropriate signage will be put in place.
Yeah, just thinking of that one, I think there's some areas, I'm not sure whether all of the areas of that get used for sport. And yeah, just as much as it says, if they're not, you know, one of the things that I think the need City Council on their signs was if it's marked out as a sports field, then stay off it at all times. But yeah, just identifying some of the areas that in like Western Domain as the example, where it never gets marked out for sports fields, that are actually clearer that that's something that can be used. So that would be handy. Okay, anything else? Okay, we'll take a break from the non-verbals to go back to the verbals, and we've got, I believe, Anne Mackay here to make her submission. So on page 107. So welcome, Anne. Thanks very much for taking the time to make the submission. Just when you're ready, just press the silver button on the right-hand side, and yeah, it's all go. So the floor is yours.
Yes, I mainly want to talk about the main street, the shopping area, because I find it a little bit extraordinary that dogs are not permitted down there, mainly because I lived for a decade in England and dogs were everywhere, and they've got, you know, like 58, I can't remember how much population, how many people they have there, but a whole lot more. And when I lived there, there were dogs in pubs and cafes, and in fact, I've got some photos on my phone of all the places, buses and trains, and, you know, 3 dogs in a train and near Cambridge. And there's, I'd just like to emphasise that dogs are really good for people's well-being, their mental well-being and their physical well-being. There's research that shows that having a dog is really good for people, for families. So that's one of my points. And I think that also in regards to the main road, that, you know, lacks a certain bit of dynamism and life during the week, and having people with their dogs on the main street, I think would add to the life of the street. And also, I'd like to see some cafes eventually allowing dogs, and especially in winter when it's cold. Because I think there are a lot of quite lonely people in Oamaru, especially elderly people that have lost their husbands, and they don't have anyone else at home, and their dog is, as my elderly neighbour pointed out, was the only beating heart in her house, and she prized her dog very, very highly. And I think certain people do, the people that have sort of got cut off from the rest of society. So what was the other thing? Well, I was thinking also that the Comms and Education Department could suggest to the people that don't have dogs just some strategies for, if they do see a dog fouling the pavement, just pointing out very kindly and gently, did you notice that your dog did this? And do you realize that there's a fine for doing these things? So just some little suggestions, and even maybe dog owners that don't happen to have their dogs on the day, taking an extra poo bag along and handing it out if they see someone doing it. But I doubt, it's a very social space, and I doubt that people are going to, blatantly allow their dog to foul the pavement without a sense of kind of social shame or something. But there will be, we're not all responsible adults, but I think that's one of my main points, is that we are responsible adults, and when we've got babies and children, we have the same kind of worries, like you go into a cafe for the first time with your baby. Is my baby going to cry the place down, and I'm going to have to rush out in an embarrassment and take it out? And I think the same thing relates to people with dogs, that I just think research shows that dogs are very good for people's mental and physical health. So I would advocate for the liberation of dog owners and dogs.
Yeah, thank you very much, and some good points you make there. Councillors, any questions? Yep, everyone's very happy with that. So thank you very much for taking the time to not only make a submission but also come in. It's appreciated.
Can I just say that the Oamaru Mail's a good place to post information, because a lot of my friends don't have email. They've got no idea how to, they're in their 80s, they've got no idea how to use computers. So all the information that you post, I know it does go in there, as I've seen.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Ian. Appreciate that. So, thank you. Right, no sign of the next person. Okay, so we go back to non-verbals, and next we've got number 56 on page 354. So looking at Mindy Bradfield, Kim Neal, Bruce McCulloch, Kelly Breezed, and Fiona Anderson. So any questions or comments on any of those?
Just one, if I may. This proposal, and I mean, again, it's one where there appears to be a clear divergence of views. This reference to dog owners, or owners being able to leave their dog outside a shop or something for up to 5 minutes. A number of people have said don't do it at all. Other people said 5 minutes is fine. And then we've got quite a number saying that's not long enough. It should be 10. Or indeed, and the submitter who just presented to us made that point in her submission. So what Is there anything that would give you sort of confidence that 5 minutes is about right? Is there any evidence, any research from other centres? Is that just, I mean, I'm not being flippant here, is that just a pick a number, or
I think,
do we have a basis for it?
I think Councillor, you asked that before, and it very much was a finger in the air to test a number, and the feedback has been.
Dogs in the house. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Councillor Rhinus. So, you know, it really does come down to us, you know, what's a reasonable amount of time before it becomes too long, and you know, this is the issue of the dog becoming more of a nuisance the longer it's there. But Mr. Cook, do you have a thought on that?
I think it was really put in just to reflect that it should be a short time rather than a long time. And 5 minutes seemed a good indication that it should be a short time.
So up to us as to what we think is the right amount, if any, and we'll see how we go with that deliberations. Right, anything else through to number 60? Councillor Thompson, thank you.
I just note submitter number 59 is talking about trying to regulate the number of dogs owned in rural settings as well in terms of dog ownership. I would suggest that that is an area that we don't need to visit because the circumstances do change. And I myself, on my previous property, could have had between 10 and a dozen dogs at the height. It's in the farming situation, it's dependent on the age of the dogs. You may have 2 or 3 dogs approaching retirement, and a lot of farmers are very soft and allow them to have their retirement, but they're not actually working.
How soft? Yeah, I mean, she mentions knowing of a specific property, and we might guess which one that is, but I don't think having a limit was going to necessarily change the situation here. Just still have too many dogs. So yeah, it's a challenge, but generally speaking, you know, it's trying to make it work for the majority, and not just, you know, legislate for the minority. Anything else through to number 60? We can go to number 61 onwards, so page 374. We've got Kathleen Lilly, Brittany Caldwell, Alison Kirby, and Dawn Murphy. Everyone okay with those? We've moved to 66 through to 70. That's on page 390. Annette Lawson, Richard Cruz, Jacob Barwick, Lynn McLean, and Diane Talanoa. Yes, no.
With Annette Lawson, again, she makes a point, although it's not in the bylaws, I'd like council to consider erecting a fenced area at the Chalmers Street dog exercise area. There's a couple of other people have identified the fencing to the eastern side of that as being inadequate, and indeed it may have been an issue in a recent hearing, quality of that fencing. I'm just wondering if there are any plans to actually enhance the fencing around Chalmers Street to actually provide better security within it, and also better security in areas outside it.
Through the chair, I just have to again just point out that it's not an area that the regulatory department is responsible for. I do know that our Parks and Recreation team have had a number of inquiries about improving the fencing from adjoining property owners as well as users of the park. I understand that it's an ongoing issue, and Mr. Hyde, I believe, has looking for funding and how they can improve the fencing there. I'll have to check that, but I'm not aware of exactly what the plans are.
Councillor Ryan?
Yeah, just on that same submission, Annette Lawson's, she's raised the, or the question, or asked the question, would it be possible to do a 6-month trial? I guess to maybe alleviate some of the concerns, I guess, especially in the central business district. Is this, I mean, is that something that we could do, or would we have to put on the bylaw until the trial's been done? Could it be built in? Is that something that's possible?
Through the chair, I can't remember whether it was during one of the workshops or previous, we did raise that in the policy there is the ability for council to implement a something in the short term or for a trial period. So that's something that we could definitely look at. So if council's decided that this should be a 6-month trial, we could do that and do the wording appropriately that at the end of that trial, if council wishes to adopt it or not, then the wording be changed appropriately. I'm not sure the exact process, but there's definitely in the policy the ability for council to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I'll support Councillor Ryan's interest in that matter. I noticed that suggestion from Annette Lawson myself as well. Lynn McElwain, I think, is submitter number 69. Again, she makes a comment at the end. There's absolutely no comment or bylaw noted for the observation cycle track from Saleyards Road to the turn off to Key Order Road. If dog owners are required to have their dogs on a short 1.5 metre leash, then it should be plainly signposted at each crossing. So dangerous with unleashed and retractable leashed dogs running out suddenly in front of cyclists. So are we aware of this as an issue, and is it something that the amended bylaw can deal with?
Through the chair, that's something that I looked into about 3 years ago, especially in relation to dogs being off lead on the cycle trail. The problem that we have is that some of that goes through private property, and some of it is road reserve, and other areas designated as outside of those two. Council bylaw pertains to land that's under the control of council in regards to dogs being on lead and off lead in designated areas. I'll just leave it at that. It's something that's not easily able to be implemented.
I think it's worth a discussion with the opposition committee just to determine what can be done. There's definitely a number of sections that go through private property and which are farms, and some of those farmers require that there's no dogs actually on those sections. I think where it's road reserve, we look at how that can be managed, but also maybe working with the opposition committee if they've got licenses to occupy or whatever it is, and they can, because they are a joint committee of council and so forth, and obviously we contribute, whether there's the ability to have something that is a wee bit more legal and able to be enforced. Because it definitely is a problem if people allow their dogs, whether on those very long leads or actually off lead, and you never know what's coming around the corner, no matter which direction you're going. Might be someone coming around the corner from the other direction. So something to look at. Councillors, we'll go back to the verbals now. We've got Lisa Howard-Sullivan in the chamber, so welcome, Lisa. Thanks very much for making your submission. Take a seat there, and I will correct councillors. Fine, where we'll be up to page 114. So Lisa, when you're ready, just press the button and away you go.
Firstly, I'd just like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak. And I was listening to the previous lady that brought up some really good, some very good views. I've just really wanted to speak against my being against having the dogs in the main roads. I'm a dog lover. We've had dogs for a very long time, and it broke my heart when I lost our 17-year-old dog.
The only problem I really have is that people do not pick up after the dogs, and we've seen that with Humber Street, and we've seen that in the gardens as well. Just on the point about the length of the leads and that being part of the Alps to Ocean, you do need small, short leads through there because I've been nearly taken out by some cyclists through there. So if you had a long lead, it would be very dangerous. So, but just going back to the issue of the mess that can result by poor control by the owners. It's not the dogs, it's the owners. I walk to work most days, and I also walk around town, and there's a number of areas around town that dogs are allowed on leads, but there's so much excrement that one has to walk past where dog owners aren't picking up after them. That can happen, and we know that's happened down in the gardens as well. I often go up to the lookout and walk through there. Absolutely love it. Dogs can go off the lead there. Council provides dog bags, but people don't use them. And a friend has said that he has seen some that have been used and nicely tied into tree branches and left for people to walk under. So it's not about the dogs, in my opinion. It's actually about how we manage the people, and it's actually how that is controlled. The other thing that I have a problem with more than anything is you can control dogs depositing their excrement by training people and pick it up. What you can't do is control dogs urinating. Now, that's, to me, will be one of the biggest problems that we'll come across. And I would like it if we could trial it. I'm not totally against it, even though it appears in my submission. You can't stop dogs urinating. The last time I was down at the market, somebody had a dog on the lead that urinated against a stein and a stall from the stall holder. That's going to be one of your biggest problems in the main road. What do you do about that? Who's going to be responsible for cleaning it? Is that going to be the shop owners? Is that going to be council? How are we going to monitor it? We've been really lucky, and I know that we've used CCTV to pick up people in the past, but is that something that we want to do? I totally understood the previous lady, and they are companions. It broke my heart losing our dog. They really are, and I understand that, but it's about mitigating the waste, and that's the hard thing that you will have to do, and I don't. I would like to add the market to it and have that trialled if you're going to go through for a trial, because that needs to be managed. I guess the thing that I really am against more than anything is dogs down Harbour Street. And the reason for that is that that's going to be a really difficult street to clean if we have to use cleaning. And it's also the home to our little blue penguins. There's a lot of penguins that nest under there. And it worries me that people won't stay to a time frame. A lot of people have said, let's do a time frame, have them out by 5. Will people? I'm not sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Questions or comments? Councillor Thompson.
I'd actually like to support that submission, that the problem is not with dogs, it is with owners. I'm fortunate enough to have a neighbour who's one of New Zealand's leading dog trainers and working dogs. But I recently went to visit him and thought he was inside because the dogs were all sitting on a landing, only to find out from his wife that he had gone to town. Now, those dogs had been told to pack up, which meant that they all had to sit together and they would still be sitting there when he came home. There's an emotiveness with pet ownership that is actually irrational, because at the end of the day, the dog has certain behavioural traits that have been developed over hundreds of years, and owners tend to overlook those. So a dog is going to pee on a pole if another dog has peed on that pole previously, and that is just a fact of life.
Thank you. Just got the next couple of ones joining us on Zoom, and they're online, so we're just going to let them in. we'll carry on with the questions here. So Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Lisa, thank you very much for your submission and clear views you've expressed about areas where you don't want dogs. You also make the point about sports grounds. You say dogs should not be allowed on sports grounds, regardless of whether the grounds are in use or not. Their owners do not pick up after them and no one wants to play in dog feces. We had a submission this morning from somebody else who says in Dunedin, for the sake of argument, dogs aren't allowed on the playing fields, but they're allowed on the margins outside. What would your view be if our policy or bylaw changed to allow that?
I'd absolutely support that. I mean, where we lived where we previously lived, what you don't see here is dogs roaming. I don't see dogs roaming here. In our previous place, we did see dogs roaming and we had a problem with them being on sports fields, but I would actually support that absolutely. On the sidelines, the same as with children's playgrounds, as long as they're under control, not a problem.
Right. Thank you very much, Lisa. Appreciate you coming in and giving your thoughts on it. Okay, next, councillors, we've got Linda Collins who's joining us on Zoom, and so if we go to page 118 for her submission, and I just welcome you, Linda. So thanks very much for joining us, and we'll just pass over to you. No, we'll just kick up things.
Yes, kia ora, and thank you, councillors, for giving me this time to speak. Everything's okay, right? Yeah. Yep. Great. So so I've got that submission. So with the time frame, I just want to focus on one aspect of that submission, which is the proposal to have dogs off lead around the Kakanui headlands. So you know, the sentiments are worthy, they're lovely, but I think, and you can think, you know, it's a big esplanade there to walk along. So my point is, the problem, if you haven't been out to the site, is that from the esplanade down over the cliffs, there are lots of informal tracks. And those tracks go down to the rocks and down to the knolls, the reef, sandy beach area. And these are areas where penguins, sea lions, and seals go to rest up or whatever. So the point is that obviously, therefore, that is a threat to them to have dogs off leash around there, particularly as once over the cliffs, the dogs could be out of sight of their owners. So for me, I note that could be in contravention of your own policy making in terms of the Indigenous biodiversity policy that you so beautifully put together of 2014-2017, and also the Resource Management Act itself. So so I made copious notes, and so it may seem a little disjointed, but I'll just quickly go through. So that policy is to do with vegetation and also Indigenous animals, like the hoiho. The policy noted that there's an issue of predators around nesting birds. So then they point out that the Waitaki district is party to the UN Convention on Biodiversity, which involves protecting those species. So in the Resource Management Act 2003, section 31(1), there's a specific reference to the maintenance of Indigenous biological diversity associated with Waitaki's major landscape zones. This includes Zone 7, and that involves the Kakanui River estuary and area around that, which the headlands is part of, and the biodiversity it's referenced includes seals, penguins, and sea lions. Waitaki's natural heritage area notes among 72 naturally evolving ecosystems in New Zealand. There's also the aspect of the precious coastal stacks along that cliff that have amazing fossils. So they describe that as volcanic ecosystems, which may be present on the uplands of headwaters of the Kakanui River. Appendix C notes coastal rock stacks and coastal cliffs that the headlines are part of. SNA 94 notes them. Vegetation, there's significance there. Quote, contains relatively rare herb field and cliff vegetation, supports a notable plant species, lies within an acutely threatened land environment, and contains unmodified indigenous vegetation in an originally rare and critically endangered ecosystem type. So I'm just saying that to show the importance of all that. Sorry to throw those quotes at you like that. Makes it a bit boring, yeah. Those cliffs are pretty special in terms of the geopark as well. So about 2 years ago, someone from there did a wonderful walk for the community around there and pointed out bits of red obsidian from a volcanic explosion, millions of years ago that are open to the elements. And you wouldn't really want dogs scrambling unfettered over that, and owners are chasing them. Just going back to my notes, an ancient volcano remains can be seen at low tide, red garnet. The site notes hazards, tide, wildlife, slippery rock underfoot, falling debris off cliffs. There's the aspect as part of the Indigenous biodiversity that you've signed up with, and with the Resource Management Act, to the aspect of Kaitiakitanga, protection and guardianship of the heart of the geopark philosophy, and where is the respect and guardianship in allowing dogs loose there. So I'm not against dogs per se, anything, to just speak informally. And I've asked dog owners about the situation in Kakunui headlands. So there's an informal group who walk their dogs about every day, only about maybe 6 max, maybe different times, maybe together. And they have a system set up where there are sea lions or other creatures around they need to be careful of. They'll contact each other to keep away. So it's a good system. But with the off-lead thing, people will come from out of town who don't respect this or know about it, and that's my concern. So, that's it in a nutshell. If you've got any questions, fire away.
Thanks very much, Linda, and thanks for the research you've done on that. It's appreciated, and it's not something that I don't think anyone else has submitted on, but makes it an extra element that should be part of consideration. So thank you. Councillors, do we have any questions for Linda? No, I think stunned them into silence. So well done.
Okay, so just those things to bear in mind. And look, thanks very much for your time and my opportunity to present on this. Okay.
No, thank you very much. Appreciate you taking the time. Cheers. Okay, councillors, next we've got, where are we? Joanna Clough, who's also Zooming, and with a friend. So welcome, Joanna, and just when you're ready, the floor is yours. Just turn your mic on and away you go.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Joanna Clough, Director of the Dog Safe Workplace. This is Philip, in case you're wondering. Look, I'm approaching this from a completely different aspect. Rather than looking at each individual consent that we're discussing, I'm talking about making the owners more responsible, educating them. So we work a lot with various councils around New Zealand in regards to educating people about dog safety. But the way I'm looking at it is, you seem to have a reasonable amount of responsible pet owners in your district. But one of the things that we find is that dog owners don't necessarily understand what their dogs are telling them. They have no idea about canine body language. And this is something we're coming across all the time. I was recently working with a district council in the Waikato, and one of the women who'd been in dog control for 30 years didn't understand some of the things we were showing her. So I think there is a huge opportunity to work with council to put educational programs into the community that will assist dog owners to understand what their dogs are saying, but also understand the personal responsibility and the importance of them having things like good recall on their dogs if you're going to be letting them off lead. The bylaw states that you have to have good recall, but how are we doing that? How are we managing it? Do they understand why that is so important? I mean, last year in New Zealand, we had over 20 or almost 28,000 incidents around dogs, costing almost $30 million. And I'm part of the National Dog Bite Prevention Committee, so I look at everything in an educational aspect. So it is something I would like to, if possible, discuss with you away from this about helping educate your dog owners and the community.
Okay, thank you very much. It's again, it's a perspective that is an important one, and we get very focused on, you know, how do we advantage the majority when the minority are causing such problems, and this is about one of the ways to deal with the minority. So thank you for that. I've got a question from Councillor Hopkins.
Joanna, thank you for your submission. At the very start of it, you identified yourself as a director of an entity. The actual name of that's been redacted in our document. So given that you did identify it, can you please tell me what was the entity that you were identifying? And also, you do say in your submission that you work with councils around New Zealand and with government departments here and in Australia. So how many councils are you currently working with in New Zealand?
Goodness me. Invercargill, South Waikato, Timaru, Whakatane, Kawerau, Tauranga. We do a lot of work with their staff out in the field. So my organisation is the Dog Safe Workplace. And as I said, it is all about education and reducing dog incidents that occur and educating the owners of the dogs. So with the dog control officers, we're teaching them canine body language so that when they're approaching dogs or being called out about dogs, they're recognising what the dog's behaviour is rather than assuming aggression. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joanna. Any other questions? No, that's good. Thank you very much for taking the time, both you and your friend there, for joining us and giving us your comments. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Yes.
Councillors, next we have Carolyn Van Seal. Hopefully we're keeping a tight time frame on this one. So anyway, welcome, Carolyn.
Okay, my submission is really from quite a personal point of view, but I would ask that you don't be swayed by the fake news of the Omri Mail headlines about dog poo causing a right stink. Omri proprietors in the main street are over the poo, blah, blah, blah. Ever increasing piles of poo, real distress, stinking mess. Turns out one dog, one owner. So don't be swayed by that too much. So now to speak to my submission. Dogs have four main things they need in life: love, food, water, and exercise. So picture this, if you will. You come home from work on a cold, frosty, foggy night after a hard day's work at the council office where you've spent the day offering great customer service and transforming. So you scoff your dinner as fast as you can. You pull on your coat, your hat, your gloves, your lead, you've got the doggy do bags, you've got your dog, and off you go. It's raining, it's dark, and you can't hardly see your hand in front of your face. So where am I going to walk? I don't know who the streetlights are designed for, but they're certainly not for pedestrian safety, or so you can see where you're walking or see if anyone's lurking on the street. An interesting side note is that I can get blinded by the homeowners 2 blocks away from their security lights, but some plonkers have decided that streetlights now need dimmers on top of the lights and they don't disperse much light anyway. But anyway, to continue. I can't walk along Humber Street. It's like a street scene from a Victorian industrial melodrama. It's isolated, hardly any traffic, and frankly quite spooky. I can't walk around Reed Street. It's a series of poorly marked tree root, dangerous footpaths, interspersed by small pools of light. I can't carry a torch because I'm holding a poo bag or two and the dog. I can't wear a headlamp because I'm holding the dog and the dog poo or two, and I can't turn the headlamp off from blinding the traffic as they're driving towards me. It's a dangerous world out there, particularly at night and particularly for a woman. I was recently abused for a whole block by a man screaming at me something about a small dog and asking me to identify myself. So when you're out by yourself and there's hardly anyone around, it's terrifying. Not just from a people point of view, but from dogs that have been let out at night with no control and left to their own devices to come out from the house. So I've proposed in my submission that dogs be allowed to walk on lead through the town centre and the main road, even if it was outside the usual business hours, say after 5:30 or 6 o'clock or something. The area is well lit, there are people and traffic around, and it's unlikely that you'll find a dog wandering. It makes it safe for walking and exercising your dog. As it is a requirement for any dog owner to carry doggy do bags at all times and pick up the poo, it shouldn't matter whether they're walking up the main street or around the neighbourhood. And I think that it should be designated lead only, so this would alleviate concerns about dogs running into traffic, etc. If you're still not convinced about the safety aspects of walking your dog around the poorly lit neighbourhoods at night, then I invite you all to come with me. Please make sure you are fully insured for loss of life and serious injury.
Thank you for that slightly entertaining but comprehensive submission. Councillors, any questions? Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Caroline, thank you. I take your point about the unsafe areas at night, and clearly you identified the CBD as being much safer. And you do suggest a compromise, which you've mentioned, namely that people could be able to walk with their dogs after, say, 5:30 or 6 p.m. and before 7:30. Do I take it from that you would prefer that to having the on-leash proposal during business hours?
I'd love to have it for business hours to have your dog up the main street. I too have been in the UK where you can walk into a pub and find 2 Alsatians and a couple of little Jack Russells and everybody's just getting on with each other. But as a compromise, and as my thing is more safety for walking, you exercise a dog at night, that was, I thought, a good compromise.
Anyone else? Yeah, no, thank you very much for taking your time for coming in and presenting. I know you've travelled a long way. So thank you for that. Councillors, we're now going to break for lunch, and as I suggested earlier, I think we come back in half an hour, 12:30. That will give us 30 minutes to get through the last 14 segments of non-verbal submissions. So that should get us pretty much right. And then we have a couple more verbal submissions. So we'll break now. So thank you very much. Okay, welcome back everyone. As we reconvene the council meeting hearing the dog policy and bylaw. We're continuing on for the next half hour, getting through the non-verbal, so hopefully we'll manage to make that. So councillors, we can go to submission number 71 on page 410. And we are looking at Jill Renton, Sarah Rowland, Leona Stretch, John Shaw and Dorothy Dixon. So any comments, councillor Ryan? Thank you.
Thank you. Just on John Shaw's submission, he's one of many sort of raised concerns about the sports field aspect and, you know, athletes slipping and sliding and who on fields. Did we do any direct engagement with sports clubs, like in particular, or even shop owners, just around the changes possible on sports fields and in the CBD? But and also just we comment on the end of that because John also talks about like the importance of educating people, because like the people being the issue over dogs. Just commending the team on the work that's been done around going into schools and educating children around dogs and behaviour around dogs. I just think that's fantastic. So thank you for that.
Through the chair, nothing specific in regards to sports groups or clubs, but the shop owners and people leasing the shops in the main street and at the north end directly affected by this were specifically engaged with in regards to the proposals. So that we made sure that they were aware and that they had the opportunity to engage in regards to this.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, Andrew, Sarah Rowland's submission on page 358. I'm trying to work out that she has a suggestion, the classification of dog owners and their dogs 4.1 selected owner status. All dog registration fees have been paid for the past 2 years by due date. Do I take it that what comes after that, after the word amendments, is what she's proposing by way of addition or amendment or change? And if so, do you think the suggested amendments are good?
Sorry, councillor, can you just give me the actual submission number? My page is a bit different.
72.
Yeah. 72. It's her response to question 26. Response to question 26. Any other comments about the draft dog bylaw and dog control policy?
I'm not sure what she's suggesting there, to be honest.
I took it that what she's got after the word amendments is what she's proposing to add, but yeah, so you're as confused as I am in a sense.
Through the chair, yes, to be quite honest, it doesn't tend to make sense unless she feels that the current selected owner status criteria needs to be changed. But the amendments that she's written there after the word amendments appear to me to be what we're already doing.
Okay, thanks, Andrew.
So if someone's got selected dog owner status, they get a new dog, they have to go through that process again.
Through the chair, I don't believe so. I think the status goes with the owner. So if they have a selected owner status, their property is inspected to make sure that it's fully fenced, and that also checks and makes sure that they comply with the agreement. So bringing another dog into that property would not affect their ability to have selected ownership status. And just in relation to that, there's a point that I'd like to raise later during the deliberations in regards to selected owner status.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else through to number 75. We'll go to 76 through to 80, starting on page 430. So Paul Mortimer, Conrad Herzog, Rose Dunn, Sherelle Winter and Mel Kinmoy. Councillor Blackley, one from the previous section.
Yeah, my apologies for being a bit slow to the fore there. Just, I noticed on, number 71, and also it was mentioned earlier, I think it was on Helen Riley Dutton's one about this, the issue around a shop being dog friendly, but the space in front not. And in this instance, in 71, the owner was wanting to bring their dog to work, but unable to do so without essentially driving directly to the place. So, is there any room in what we craft to make allowances for something like that, or is it just technically too difficult?
Through the chair, yeah, there seems to be a little bit of misconception with people, and at the risk of assuming that people haven't actually read our bylaw, is that in the bylaw it specifically says that if people are traversing through a prohibited area, then they can actually do that. So, for instance, if somebody had a shop in the main street that they wish to take their dog to each day, they can enter the main street from one of the side streets and traverse along the main street to get to their workplace. Remembering also that we have people who live above the shops in the main street. So when people are going from A to B and they have to cross or traverse an area that's currently prohibited, they're allowed to do that. What the current bylaw doesn't allow people to do is to walk from one end of Thames Street to the other, doing window shopping, and have their dog with them. We've got to be reasonable, and currently in the bylaw there is that provision for people to be able to use that.
Thank you. So the issue that was raised by Peter, Plunkett this morning, was kind of moot because of the point you raised about what's already in there existing.
Yes, through the chair, he was talking about Itchin Street and again, somebody coming along the length of Itchin Street from the State Highway and wishing to go down to the harbour area, that's fine. Itchin Street, the prohibited part, is actually very short, but you're traversing that to get to somewhere which isn't prohibited. So it would be reasonable, and that's why it's actually in the bylaw that we allow that.
Okay, so anything from submission 76 to 80? Okay, well, let's move to 81 through to 85. So we've got Christine Clark, Karen Blunden, Lee Crow, Michelle Guy, and Sue Downton. Let's start at page 450. Any comments on those?
I know Councillor Thompson mentioned this before, but it really is interesting, the number of very considered and thoughtful submissions we've had from people living in Kakanui who are concerned about that off-leash area or those potential off-leash areas. And I think, is it Karen Blunden who's another who's raised thoughtful concerns about that particular proposal.
Thank you. There's nothing else. So let's move to page 470 and looking at submissions from Bronwyn Hyde, Zoe Matheson, Tony Hulls.
Tony Hulls, I'm just trying to find it. Bear with me for a second. But he raises the matter on page let me find it here. 426. He raises the issue of an increased fine for not picking up dog poo. This is again in response to question 26. Any other comments? And And he talks about how he's endured this for a long time and had problems with his own area and dog poo on the council strip in front of his house and so on. Are we looking, is it possible to do that? And I do what he and a few others have suggested, increase the penalties, and if so, to what extent?
Through the chair, the penalties are actually set by legislation, the Dog Control Act. So council doesn't have any power to increase or decrease the fines.
But only within the limits as provided for in the Act, is that what you're saying?
Yes, correct. So for instance, the Act allows us to have a bylaw. So we can put certain things into our bylaw, which then under the Dog Control Act become a breach of our bylaw, and anything that is a breach of our bylaw is a $300 infringement. And anything outside of our bylaw, which is specifically mentioned in the Dog Control Act, they have their schedule of fines, which pertain to whatever the offence is.
So are we at the maximum in terms of the fines for not picking up your dog feces at the moment or not?
So the chair, yes, we are, councillor. Yep.
Thank you. Anything else on those? Okay, we'll go to page 486 and go from 91 through to 100. So half a dozen that makes that. Rodney Elder, Sheridan Newson, Katrina Anderson, Belinda Helm, Michael Golding, and Steve Smith. Any questions, comments?
Oh, yes. Sorry, Gary. Michael Goldingham, page 447. Just bear with me and I'll get there. Oh, no, I was just interested in that very lengthy submission he makes about the harmful consequences of dog feces being left unattended and the afflictions and illnesses they can actually cause. I suppose, again, the very last point he makes, maybe we need to enforce more and to pay for this enforcement. Maybe dog registrations need to go up, fines increase massively. But we would say to him, we can't increase it. Would we say to him, thank you very much. We may share your concerns, but take the matter up with Parliament because it's beyond our remit.
Through the chair, yes, that's 100% correct.
Okay, anyone else? License, Councillor Blakeland.
Just regarding Mr. Goldingham's comment on question 7, is the assertion correct there that around the reservoir is not currently designated prohibited, or so it can't be managed? And if so, have we sought to action that?
Through the chair, my understanding is that there's public access issues. I'm not sure why it's not part of the dog control bylaw in terms of being off lead or on lead prohibited. Certainly something that we could look into. I know a lot of people do use the area, so whether or not it was made prohibited or on lead, there's something we have to discuss with the water team in regards to access around that.
Yeah, I think while we're doing that, probably look at any other similar situation around the district. I'm not sure if there are any, but be good to know. Right. Anything else through to submission 100? And if we go to submission 101 on page 511, and from there it's Susan McLean, Josh Tate, Mark Berger, Danny Webb, and Anna McLean. Ms. Hawkins.
Yeah, Mark Berger's submission number 103 on page 463 of our documents, bearing in mind the new numbering, again, in response to question 26, he says if a permit is requested for more than one dog, his proposal is maximum of 2 on a residential property, no exception. If a permit is requested for more than one dog, all neighbours for 150 metres either side of the property should be in agreement. My reason is there is a general lack of barking control in Western, and barking can be heard all hours of the day or night, especially when there are police or fire sirens, children walking by, or just a general lack of control by owners. So my question is, can the bylaw include something, assuming we said, okay, if you're going to have more than X number of dogs, you need a signed consent from neighbours on either side to a distance of 150 or whatever. I mean, is something like that feasible to be included in the bylaw?
Through the chair, 150 metres on either side would encompass quite a number of properties. We could put that in the bylaw to require it, but then there's all sorts of issues around neighbours disputes, dog likers, dog haters. It would be problematic, and I just wonder whether that's something that maybe needed to be in the district plan or in the dog bylaw. We could look into it, but 150 metres is quite, that's quite a number of houses in either direction.
What about some variation, like maybe the neighbour on either side?
Because Cook might have a comment on that.
Whilst it may be possible to put in, I think the practical implementation of it will be quite challenging. The dog, that lives maybe 12 years, neighbours change probably more frequently in that time. I think just the practical implementation would be quite prohibitive, and then the subsequent enforcement would be really quite difficult.
I think it's making sure that there are the right tools if there are barking dog nuisance, full stop, we've got the right tools to deal with that. Anything else through to 105? We'll go to submission 106 onwards, so page 531. Karen Lawrence, Sarah Langley, Fiona Frew, Jackie Weymouth, and Beryl Miller. Anything or nothing? Nothing. Mr. Bartley.
So just through the chair, one of my colleagues just messaged me to say that yes, we did actually contact all the sports clubs and as well as yours. So apologies for putting you on that.
It's good to hear. Thank you. Right, nothing there. We'll go to 111 onwards on page 551. And we've got Linda Doreen, Ruben Stewart, KJ Keane, Christine Quested. Yep, full stop. Okay. There's nothing. Move on to the next section. So from 116 on page 567, Cindy Christensen, Philip Regnew, Carolyn Shalish, Fiona McGregor, and Catherine Harvey. Health Hopkins.
Yeah, Phil Gradeney's submission, this is the one that I was referring to earlier, and Mr. O'Gorman a question about that area between the beach and beach reserve, between Beach Road and Thousand Acre Road. It was Philippa his submission, who identified penguins along that area, occasionally sea lions and fur seals as well. I'm just wondering, have we sought any advice from the penguin colony itself or from DOC with regard to the prospect of penguins particularly being put at risk if these areas were made off lead? She does say that the area is treated as off lead now, which presumably she's saying that it's actually happening informally, or when arguably it shouldn't. So I'm just curious to know what, if you like, how much research we've done in regard to the threat species along those coastal margins.
So through the chair, the penguin, local penguin groups, as well as DOC, were asked to submit on the bylaw review. DOC have chosen not to. Department of Conservation have signage at the entrance points down onto that beach in regards to requirement for dogs to be on lead in the vicinity of wildlife. The peculiar thing about the designation for that particular area, which we've put into the review, is that the area of beach previously was road reserve because it has eroded away so much. So typically, like previously, the beach would never have been on lead, but it's just because it was road reserve, it automatically went to dogs being required to be on lead. So what we're attempting to do here is to sort of bring that back into the norm, which is that beaches, unless there's a specific reason, that's within the area that we have those as being off lead areas. Like I said, DOC were asked to submit, but they chose not to. I frequent that area sometimes. Yes, there are seals there from time to time. I can't speak to penguins. I haven't seen any there, but I've probably been there at the wrong time.
Is there any reference in the consultation around that status, around the fact that we've, through erosion, what is basically a road reserve is actually beach now? Do we communicate that at all?
Through the chair, I'm not sure whether it was in the document for councillors or whether it was part of the public consultation. The reasoning for that, it was either or both, possibly. I'd have to go back and read both documents.
Yeah, hopefully it was both. I just get concerned that we haven't given the background to something, and then people make submissions, and then if we're seen to ignore them because we've actually got other information, it's obviously a challenge for us and credibility of the process. So I think that is something we need to. It'd be good to know what we did include indeed. Right, anything else through to 120? Okay, moving to, let's do the next 8. So 122 through to 130, starting on page 587. Sharon English, C. Pruntley, Mary McIntyre, Mike Shaw, Heather Davis, William Blair, and Chloe Searle, and Roger and Kim Grove. Councillor Ryan.
I have 3 questions on 3 different submissions. Would you rather them one at a time? One at a time? Okay. The first one is Sharon English, and she's raised the possibility of for sports fields having dogs on lead while games are happening, but allowing them off lead when there's no activity there. Does that complicate things, or is that something that you think might be possible?
Through the chair, no, it doesn't necessarily complicate things. You make it quite clear that during events or planned events or non-planned events that dogs are required to be on lead, but if there was nobody else there, then you could have the requirement that or allow dogs to be off lead. It's just a matter of the decision that's made in regards to that. But as long as we're clear about what the rules are.
The second question is around C. Prunty's submission, and she's another one who's raised the possibility of a trial, this one in the Beach Road area. And I know you mentioned earlier that a trial could be possible. Would you trial the whole bylaw or just parts, or do you have an idea sort of what additional work and cost would be involved in doing that?
I think, yeah, I think there's only sort of some parts of the bylaw. Well, actually, yeah, no, all parts of the bylaw you could implement for a time period to gauge how successful it's working. Our thinking was that it would likely be just the main street, Thames Highway, that you control that, but then yes, you could do it to the sports grounds as well. In terms of monitoring it, it would just be a matter of going out and doing some more public submission in regards to how people felt that it went. Officers actually carrying out observations, doing some data analysis in terms of the number of warnings, number of infringements, how much education was required, people's knowledge, speaking to them about, do you know what the rules have changed, what they are? And then we'd just bring that back to council and just say, look, this is what we found. Public feedback is that it's very positive, it's working, or no, it's not. We've had some real negative feedback, and then just making the appropriate change. Cost really would just be officer time, depending on whether we were required to go back to a full consultation or just a part consultation. Consultation is where the main amount of money comes from, but officer time and comms and engaging with the community.
Right.
Mr. Cook had something to add.
Yeah, Mr. Bowles actually commented on it. I think while the trial might be quite favourable, I just ask elected members to be mindful of the cost of a trial, in that we've basically got to communicate to people that this is the new law, and then we may have to communicate to people that this is the new law, because you don't proceed with the trial. And to make it really effective, you've got to do it as though it is going to stay. So there'll be signage requirements and quite a lot of publicity material required to get a true sort of trial game.
Yeah, just on that, I just take your point, and whether it's we're actually going to put it in place, but it will be reviewed in 6 months for efficacy. In which case, we may have to change it then, but likelihood is if everything goes well and everyone behaves themselves, so we can carry on. There is that cost factor we need to consider.
Maybe it's a review.
Yes, Councillor Ryan, you had another one.
Last one, sorry. 129, Chloe Searle was one of a few who's suggested that she'd be happy to pay more than the $1 for desexing dogs. Could it be that there's an optional, make it optional to contribute more if owners wish to do so? Is there?
Through the chair, yeah, I believe it wouldn't be an issue. People felt that they wanted to make a donation more than the $1, but obviously it's just a concept stage at the moment. One of the other councils up north does that, so we'll engage with them on how they do it, see how it works, and we'd have a separate account or a fund where that money's sat. I don't see it as being a big issue.
Councillor Thompson.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Bardsley, in one of the submissions earlier on that I read advocated, instead of a subsidised desexing program, a discounted registration if the animal's desexed. Have you any thoughts or a position on that?
Through the chair, my position is we already offer that. A neutered dog registration fee is 80% of what the base is. So say, obviously, for instance, it was $100 to register an unneutered dog, it's $80 for a neutered dog. 80% might not be seen as a huge discount, but it is recognised at discount.
And obviously that's every year. So it's not just the one-off saving.
Yes, through the chair, that's the set registration fee, every year, not just the one.
Okay, thank you. Right. Nothing else through to 130? Another one? Yep.
Yeah, just on 130, I notice extensive comments again around dogs off leash down the beach, the consequences of that, and another, well, not criticism, but comment in passing that we don't police that area as vigorously as we should.
Yeah, I think, yeah, it's certainly the challenge of a big district and so many communities and so many places where you take, the challenge is how we get anywhere very quickly in 45 minutes or an hour. But to look into a dog issue because it's usually often disappeared by the time we get there. Okay, nothing else through to there. We'll go to 132 through to 135. So page 1619. Katie Robertson, Hamish Newton, Sarah Newton, and Wayne Howard. Councillor Hopkins.
I just basically note that again, the views about the, particularly the CBD commercial area are just diametrically opposed. There's real passion, both sides of the argument, and quite how we're going to actually arbitrate that, I'm not sure.
Okay. Anything else? Right, we'll go 136 to 140. So Claire Percival, Vivian Atkinson, Peter Jensen, Doreen Cleve, and Maxine Murphy. Councillor Hopkins.
Yep, Andrew, just Doreen Cleve's submission. I'd like it to be clearer on those roads outside the Kakanui Township, Happy Valley Road, Mahino, Kakanui Road, should also be off-lead areas. Do you have a view on that?
Through the chair, we wouldn't be in favour of roads, narrow roads in a rural area being off-lead. There's possibly a recipe for disaster.
Thank you.
Is it stipulated that they are on lead at the moment? Whereas
Through the chair, yes, all roads in the district as well as road reserves are, unless otherwise stipulated, are on lead.
okay, so just double checking. Thank you. Any other comments through those ones? Councillor Blackman.
Doreen Cleve's submission as well. I was just interested in the comment about, should be about the dog and behaviour rather than specific areas. Are there any dog bylaws that approach it from that angle rather than being like specifically rules based around the country? It would be a complete flip on what we've got here, but it's just interested to know.
Through the chair, unfortunately, yeah, they tend to be rules based. But in policy, we do talk about education. I really can't. Yeah, like when we are looking at bylaws, we do look at other districts and what they have, and we put out on listserv if anyone has any ideas about what current trends are, what main issues that they have, so that we make sure that we're current with what's going on in the rest of the country. But primarily, they're all much of a muchness.
Yeah, just when you raised that, I sort of think back to the person who said about having spaces that are for people and not for people with dogs. And I guess, some of the problem is that people, some people, some kids and so on have fear of dogs regardless. And so having spaces where they can feel safe, I think is doesn't matter what the behaviour of the dog is, it's actually it's having some spaces that are just for people. But it's again lowest common denominator rules in these things. Okay, anything else through to the end of 140? Okay, we'll go through to the last ones then. Clive London, Claire Easton, D and C Robertson, Nadira Hassan, Dinaderos, and Angela Johnston. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, it's redacted and I can't quite see why. Nadira Hassan de Medeiros clearly represents a group, and that group strongly recommends that dogs not be allowed to be tethered, urges extreme caution around the proposal to create an off-leash area in Kakanui, and strongly recommends that the current prohibition on dogs. What is the group that is doing this, please? I'm not, it's not a witch hunt, but it would be helpful to know.
Yes, through the chair, again, apologies. It wasn't intended that the organisation name was redacted. Mrs. de Madeira represents an organisation which has affiliations to Starship Hospital in Auckland. I can get you the exact name of the organisation. It just eludes me at the moment, and it's about welfare of children and advocating for children in regards to things like dog safety.
So this is a national organisation, not one that's local.
Yes, correct. It's a national organisation. They're based in Auckland.
Note on their list was Dinaderos, but in submission it's Medeiros. So sure if we're going to be responding to each, but spelled with an M in the submission itself. Any other questions for those ones? Okay. Oh, Councillor Baker. Yeah.
Just there's been mention throughout in a number of submissions about preserving the importance of support dogs in places for people. I'm pretty sure there is provisions in there, but I just wanted to confirm that that is the case.
Yes, through the chair, there is, and all there's a national dog database in regards to recognised organisations and support dogs. We have in the past recognised somebody's need for a support dog in the community that wasn't a member of one of these organisations, such as a blind dog or a hearing dog. We asked them to provide a letter from their doctor just confirming from that, and then we just made sure the staff were aware that this person had a support dog, and that some of the bylaws didn't actually apply to them, such as bringing the dog into the main street area. So we can be flexible with it as long as we get some sort of a, I don't want to say the word proof, but just confirming that the situation is actually the case.
Thank you. Councillors, that's finished with the non-verbals. We have two more verbals to go. We've got one submitter waiting online, but the next submitter is Rebecca Linwood, who we've got in the chamber. So welcome. Take a seat there. So councillors, go to page 132. And welcome. And just when you're ready to go, just press the silver button, the right hand side one, the right hand one. Yep. And floor is yours.
So would like to see a more fair system for people who do have their dogs impounded and the way that they pay. Like, I've got a dog that's incredibly terrified of thunder, and she broke out. She just loses her mind. She broke out. You know, she got picked up by a member of the public and taken to animal control and I got a fine of $200, that's fine. I didn't have $200, but I robbed it off Rob to pay it, but there's no facility to do a payment plan or anything like that. I was lucky that I was able to pay that, and then you have a $20 a day fee to pay, so it can very quickly become unachievable for these dog owners whose animals are just as much a part of the family as the children, and the children are probably going to be upset that their animal's in the pound. And I just think that it needs brought into the 21st century and offered for people to have payment plans, because I got fined $200, someone else got fined $300. They didn't even have their animal picked up. It had got out because of wind. The animal control people turned up to pick it up and the dog rushed back into the property. They fixed the fence but gave them a $300 fine. And then another person that I know whose dog chased a cat, caught the cat, probably got a fright that it caught the cat because I know the dog and it's not a savage dog, and they didn't get a fine at all. There was a complaint made and then withdrawn. So it seems to be no real rhyme or reason as to who gets fined what, where, when and why. So I just think it needs to be a more fair system for the people of Oamaru.
Thank you. Any further comments you want to add?
Want to add anything?
Situation.
The microphone's gone off. Is that
Situation still on. So it's still on.
the right hand side?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
The situation, what happened to us was Friday afternoon. I got the phone call from Bex, and she was at work. She tried to get home as the thunder and lightning came in, and we had to find the money there and then. So I told her to take it, just go and pay it and get the dog out. Now, we've had dogs for 10, 15 years or longer, and you'll know how many times you've got them out. We got them fenced, and at times things happen.
Yeah.
And what disappointed me, I always try to pay my rates and everything else on time. And you can see we had a payment method of what we do. And I think at times when it comes to dogs, people should be allowed to pay them off like anything else in the system, because things are always going to happen. And without a doubt, dog control we need, and they do a very good job. But at times things do happen. If it was happening all the time, or the dog was vicious or whatever, fair enough. But it's just some people out there, they've only got animals, they haven't got partners, and things do happen. That's why I think there should be, for other people as well, things should be looked into a bit. But we definitely need dog control, and on a whole, you do a great job. But we just got to get a balance where people can try to get a system to pay it if they haven't got the money.
Thank you. Councillor. Oh, Israel.
I was going to add something, but
We'll go to Councillor Hopkins. He might jogging memory here.
Well, I'm not sure if the question's to you, Rebecca, or to Mr. Barnsley. The one problem I can see with the theory is that presumably if you had to pay, say, $200,
yes,
and you said, I can't pay $200 straight away, but I can give you 50 today and 50 next week and so on. Sorry?
They weren't interested. They weren't interested.
No, but I'm just saying if something such as you were asking for was introduced, you would presumably expect the dog to be released once you pay the first 50. And the problem I could see would be that people would then perhaps be disincentivized to honour their agreement and make the payment. So had you thought about a means by which that issue, albeit that it might be happening on a relatively small number of occasions, could be overcome? And the question supplementary to Andrew, would something like this, a payment plan proposal like this, be possible to be implemented? Oh, yes. What about a comment?
Is it, well, can't you have kind of the same thing like for your other customers throughout the area? Everyone who's got to pay money to the council, can't they have the same rate system or systems like that? Yeah, if you don't pay on time, you get penalised, and then maybe the dog gets confiscated or taken off. But all I'm trying to do is try to make it fair for most people. There's always bad apples and there's always good apples, but luckily there's always more good apples in a basket than bad apples.
I think. So, through the chair, there's a number of issues we have here, and the main one is that if you release a dog on a part payment, the officers then need to work out an arrangement with the dog owner of how much they're able to pay. Now, are they able to pay $25 a month, $25 a fortnight? When you're talking $200, it could take a considerable time for that amount to be paid off. So the officers have to arrange that. It has to be sorted out with finance. Somebody has to follow up every fortnight or month to see whether the payment is made. If the payment isn't made, there's more administration time taken in sending out letters or following up with that. The people can leave town, sell the dog, decide not to pay. How does council then recover that cost? Because then the cost of recovering that outstanding amount is more than what the actual original amount is. So it actually comes at a considerable cost to the council and potentially the ratepayer in order to be able to set up a system like that. The other thing I will say, and I'm not going to comment on this, these particular dog owners' situation, is that a dog being impounded and having an impoundment fee, it should be a deterrent, not a time payment system. It's not like you go into Smith City to buy a fridge freezer and paying off $25 a month. If a dog's got out and it's been impounded, and it depends on the number of times, the amount of money that it costs in order for the dog to be released. So council needs to ensure that dog impoundment fee is paid off in full before the dog is released, to ensure that we get payment to cover that and that it is actually a deterrent. Thank you.
Just turn it on again. Yep.
Can't you organise through like a judge to have someone's wages garnished? That would probably, like, people don't, when you talk about being a deterrent, the fine, that shit happens. People aren't intentionally, well, I don't let my dog wander up and down the street, and there's plenty of dogs that are out wandering. My dog sleep inside at night. Then that particular dog is, her only issue is thunder. Any other time of the year, she's happy to stay at home.
All right, I think taking on board what you had to say, and the particular circumstances where it happens and so forth. What we have to do as part of deliberations is just work out what is there a way of doing this that along the lines of what you're saying. And like if we have to start turning up the judges and so on, that's a much more expensive. So it's looking at what are the options that we do have. Sorry, Rob, you go.
Just that what Mr. B's been saying here. You must have this trouble every other department, like rates people not paying, parking tickets people not paying, and it's just not dogs, is it? No matter what, you can have things. All I'm worrying about here is some older people, all they got are their dogs, and if the dog is getting out once or twice or three times in a row or something, it's totally different. But for the odd occasion when things go wrong, there should be another setup. I rang you on a Friday afternoon and I wasn't too impressed with what happened. And I think there's got to be a bit of remorse shown to people at times. I know you've got a job to do and it's a job, but at times it does help to try to work things out.
Well,
and not only that, the treatment, the way we were treated by some people, the way that they spoke to us was abysmal.
We've got more.
I just need to stop there because we're taking the point. We'll as part of deliberations, we'll see whether we want to ask for some form of policy, some written dog policy around taking into consideration of people's circumstances. So, yeah. So but thank you for the submission.
Well, thank you for
Yeah,
your time and
thank you.
everything. Appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank
Bye.
you. And now we've got Alison Vaughan, who's, I believe, representing SPCA, waiting patiently online. So thank you very much, Alison. Apologies for the delay getting to you, but as I'm sure you just heard, definitely got passionate people wanting to make sure that we do this well. So thank you very much for taking the time to submit and to appear. So happy to hear from you.
Well, thank you very much to Council for allowing us the opportunity to present. I recognise that SPCA and Council share some similar goals in terms of promoting responsible dog ownership and dog safety, although obviously we have different mandates, with SPCA's being primarily animal welfare and Council's management. I will take my submission as read, but I did want to speak to some overarching themes that run through all of the responses. With the first being one welfare, which is a concept which recognises the interconnectedness of animal welfare, human well-being, and the environment. And there are a number of ways in which this comes into play when we consider the dog policy and bylaw. For example, appropriate off-leash areas. So appropriate off-leash areas allow dog owners to meet their legal obligations to exercise their dog. They allow recreation for dog owners and for the dogs themselves, and they keep vulnerable populations such as wildlife safe. So it's very much in everyone's interest to be providing these. We think Council have done a great job in terms of considering changing areas that were prohibited to allowing on-leash, and looking at making sure there's adequate provision of off-leash areas, because we know that on-leash exercise does not meet the same needs as off-leash exercise. Dogs walk faster than humans. It's really difficult for them to meet all their needs purely through on-leash exercise. So that's really valuable. There's also a value in creating dog-friendly cities, both from a dog owner and dog perspective, but also from the wider community perspective, because we do know that creating more dog-friendly spaces facilitates socialization. When we look at some of the issues we do see around dogs in terms of society, a lack of adequate socialization can underpin quite a few of these. It can be challenging to adequately socialize a dog if the areas you're able to take them to are limited to the point they don't get these exposures during this sensitive socialization period. So facilitating a city where there's places you can take your dog as a pup, and it's set up to do so safely, to take them to cafes, get them used to people. This is all works towards creating a safe, balanced adult dog that is a good member of society as well. So we strongly support moves to allow people to use dog-friendly communities. And this also, both exercise and socialization, reduces potential nuisance complaints. So dogs that are well socialized are generally less fearful. They're less likely to be reactive to people, to noises. This can be beneficial along with adequate exercise opportunities in reducing things like nuisance complaints due to barking. It's just one piece of the puzzle, but it is very important pieces. The other piece and overarching theme I suppose I wanted to touch on was human behaviour change. Now, this is something that SPCA along with Council deals with on a daily basis, and we recognise that changing human behaviour is challenging. But what we have found, and what we found in talking with other councils, is the more practical, reasonable and clear we can make this, the easier it is for people to comply. So making it easy to do the right thing, removing barriers where we can, giving people appropriate alternatives where we're taking something away. So in terms of our submission, this would touch on things like the leash requirement, multiple dog requirement, and also menacing classification, which we've seen other councils provide a pathway after a year after classification, people demonstrating that they are now a responsible dog owner, and different councils have different requirements, but basically encouraging and empowering people to make the change to become more responsible and to become the kind of dog owners we both want to see. So with that, I will take any questions the council may have.
Thank you very much. Right, councillors. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, look, I have a couple of questions. First of them is, you talk about the requirement for a leash of 1.5 metres while walking, but 1 metre if the dog is temporarily tethered for less than 5 minutes. And you say this is confusing, and that it will require owners to carry 2 separate leads, and that you're also unaware of any other councils that have set requirements for leash lengths. So, do you actually, are you saying there shouldn't be any requirement, or would you have a preference for a 1.5 metre single leash requirement or a 1 metre requirement, please?
A great question. I'd say generally speaking, we're supportive of things that are practical and would be easy to comply with. I think my confusion there was the listing of 2 different lengths I thought might be hard to comply with, and I wasn't quite clear. I have a doctorate, so I expect the average dog owner may also be unclear. I haven't seen other councils do this. There may be other ways of achieving this. So it would be hard to say based on evidence whether that would be likely to be effective or not. I suppose you could look at targeting the behaviour rather than something so prescriptive. So maybe setting out expectations of behaviour around tethering and what is and isn't acceptable rather than a specific leash length. We'd be happy to talk further with you on what might be a practical way forward.
Thank you. My other question related to your answer, your final answer. You say that the disability assist dog, or the definition of the disability assist dog in Schedule 1 of our policy, doesn't align with what's in Schedule 5 of the Dog Control Act 1996. What have we got wrong?
It's just the organisations, and I've seen that with quite a few councils, just when they're updating, making sure to either update the list of approved organisations under the Dog Control Act, or just simply refer to the relevant section of the Dog Control Act.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No, we're all good. Well, thank you very much again for taking the time, Alison. Really appreciate the view that SPCA has on this, and the work you've gone into to make the submission. So appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. No, let us know if we can move any further. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you. Right, councillors, we had 3 people who were down as verbal submitters and didn't turn up, so we just need to make sure we've considered those. So I'll just go through. We've got page 81, Chelsea McGaw from Forest and Bird Society. Does anyone have any comments on that one? Oh, if you use the go-to function, it's
My only comment on that was that I felt that this was a very detailed, very considered submission, and when set alongside the thoughtful contributions from a lot of residents in Kakanui itself, I felt that Forest and Birds' concerns with regard to the potential threats to endangered and native species prevailed in terms of their anxiety about the off-leash areas that have been identified.
okay. Next was Colette O'Kane, page 95. Comments? No? Okay, we'll go to Michelle Hahn from Tawai Dog Training, page 111.
Yeah, isn't this the number of the problem that's in front of us now? That yes, she says to allowing dogs in the commercial areas of central Oamaru, and her comment is happy that dogs are allowed all over Oamaru as long as they are dog and human friendly and owners pick up after their dogs. And the problem we've got is that not all dogs are dogs and human friendly, and not all owners pick up. So, yes, let's do it as long as all the dogs are nice dogs. Well, okay, but with respect to Michelle, if you were here, my question would be, what do we do if the dogs aren't nice dogs and the owners don't pick up?
No, I mean, this is about getting the balance right, isn't it? So, you know, we can't assume that all dogs will be dog and people friendly and the owners will pick up, but unfortunately. So, yes, but if we go into deliberations now, it's really looking at each of the topics and seeing where we're landing on those. So, perhaps if we look at the go back to the original report, I think it was, we've got the summary of feedback. I'm wondering whether that might be the place to start as far as we've got the feedback from people, but what do we think now? We've heard those submissions and, you know, what's our own experience and so on bring to this. So, the first question was really around the being allowed some of the places they haven't been allowed before, Thames Street, etc. So I think, you know, one of the comments that was pointed out earlier, I think from Helen, and around Itchen Street, was there are some streets that actually, you know, do they make sense anyway, being, you know, having dogs prohibited from them versus actually they are main thoroughfares and they're not areas where people take too long getting through. They are areas they traverse through. The other is, do we actually want to be more open with where some of the dogs can go? So, Andrew, what's the question you want to ask us specifically on this, or questions?
Do you want to relax the current rules and open up? The reason that Thames Street, Itchen Street and Harbour Street were all prohibited, well, Harbour Street and Thames Street, initially obviously because heritage area and the main street, but Itchen Street was seen as that connector between there where tourists go. What we're asking for is just based on the submissions we've had in the public feeling is whether or not councillors feel that it would be wise or they would support removing the ban from Thames Street and Harbour Street, or just Thames Street. Really, it just comes down to that. And as Councillor Hopkins has said, there's a lot of support for and a lot of support against.
Look, I think I'm persuaded that Harbour Street should stay prohibited based on the argument about the possible threat to penguins. And I'm very glad that Rebecca picked up on Annette Lawson's proposal for a 6-month trial. And I was very heartened to hear you say that, yes, we could do that. And I'd personally like to actually take a tentative step forward with regard to Thames Street and perhaps conditionally agree to doing that on the basis of that trial. And based on the potential we will have to determine how severe excrement and urinatory problems are, if indeed they do exist, we can then either implement a change or revert to what we have now, or maybe opt for Carolyn's option and allow people to have the dogs on the lead in the evening. But I wouldn't want to go at this stage any further than a tentative test and the trial. That's my view.
Councillor McCain.
I agree, Jim's pretty much said what I've been thinking. Let's try it.
as a past owner of a lot of dogs and a rural working thing, I actually think there's a place for dogs, and walking down the main street's not one of them, but let's try it. You know, who is to be the judge of what is user friendly to other dogs and the people? You know, some people, the owners of some dogs, and their perception is though their dog is perfect, just like kids and parents. So let's give it a go, see if it works. If it doesn't work, we'll come back and revisit it.
Okay. Councillor Blake.
Yeah, I think I agree with Councillor Hopkins' suggestion that the only slight amendment I'd make to it would be to include Harbour Street, but with the same rules that we have. I'm just not sure where they kick in with penguins, the dogs until sunset. Where is that? Is that further around by the yacht club? Is it?
Yeah, so the sunset to sunrise dog prohibited areas is more of the actual harbour area, right around the waterfront there.
Holmes Wharf, right around and break.
Yes.
So would it be possible to, because I mean, there's no question you see penguins down there at night. So would it be possible to make it like an on-leash area during the day only or something like that? Or would it become too disjointed?
It all comes down to how you promote it, you know, how you educate people, how you put it out there in the community, the communications, signage. Obviously Harbour Street's a little bit tricky in terms of signage because of the Victorian area, but we've already looked at some quite funky Victorian sort of design signs. But making that dogs on lead between certain hours and then at other times prohibited, that's not a hard thing to add in there.
Councillor Ryan.
Just I guess probably supportive of Councillor Blackler's comments around Harbour Street being included. And I know a lot of businesses in that space are really supportive of it, you know, are dog friendly and are wanting to to get people down there with their dogs. In terms of a trial, I guess I'm just a bit wary of the cost and the time that would take, like Mr. Cook had highlighted before. I mean, ultimately 78.3% of the people who responded to this question are supportive of doing it. So if it helps alleviate concerns or, I mean, highlights issues, then perhaps that's a good option. But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not too worried.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on process. So you're going to take these comments away and you're going to put the draft together that comes back to council for confirmation, isn't it?
At the moment we've got lots of bits and pieces, so hopefully after each question we have some sort of definitive ideas. But the thing about Harbour Street is we could just include that into that sunset sunrise clause rather than having to do a complete different designation. We change it so that that's actually included.
Yeah, so and based on you doing that, I'd support Councillors Ryan and Blackler's inclusion of Harbour Street in the trial.
I think consistency is important, and if we're going to Thames Street, Harbour Street around the harbour are actually much more similar than they used to be 10 years ago when the bylaw was last reviewed. And so the idea of a short lead is actually an important aspect of all of those areas, because you're in close proximity to a lot of people and so forth. Sometimes there'll be no one there, but we've got to make rules for when there are plenty of people there. And when it comes to that, I did have a cross against Harbour Street for allowing dogs in, but I think if there are those rules and some policing and so forth around that, I think it can be made to work. And when it comes to lead length, I think 1 metre it's an easily understandable measure. It's tall people and short dogs. I think it'll work. Otherwise, put the dog in your handbag. Councillor Hopkins. I think The intention is that when you're walking down the street, your dog is at heel. It's not wandering out from you and so forth. I mean, that's part of the control that we're requiring as the balance between allowing them there or not. Mr. Cook.
I wonder if that should actually be the measure that the dog is actually able to be walked or is walked at heel, because you could have a 2 metre long lead, but you can wrap it up and still have the dog at heel. I'm just thinking about the subsequent enforcement and control of it. If it says it's got to be 1 metre, then the bylaw says 1 metre, whereas if the dog is clearly walked at heel under control, that may be the determining factor.
Yeah, I think we don't want to prescribe that the lead itself has to be a metre, but it's like within it can be a longer lead. But anyway, you can go away and work on that one.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about this, like, some wording around where the dog must be under control and at heel at all times, and not mention the 1 metre length, or have that as not to exceed distance of more than 1 metre from the owner, something like that.
Well, I think, yeah, for me, it's what does it look like when you bring it back to us, and what's the broader view from all the councillors at that point. We can, if we're all comfortable that it's going to be easily complied with and understood, that's the
thing. The team have all got dogs of different size, and that we can do a little bit of experimentation. Not to say we've all got dogs that heel, but we can have a look and see how practical it is keeping dogs at heel, what 1 metre looks like, and then come back with something in regards to the drone.
And again, it's the outcome. If the dog's under control, it's kept close to you, that it's not able to run up to people, things like that. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pretty much ditto to the conversation. I also support, Andrew, the idea that we have a practical policy without it being tied into the specifics of the lead's got to be so many centimetres, etc. It's the behaviour we're trying to control, not necessarily the mechanisms of it. I would, however, if I was allowed, go further and say dogs that have defecated and not been cleaned up, then the owners should be put in stocks down in Harbour Street and publicly flogged.
Publicly flogged or helped with excrement?
Okay, let's go from tethering people to tethering dogs. So Councillor actually.
On that note though, and more of a serious light, is there an ability, if we're relaxing the rules, to actually have like a use it or lose it for individuals kind of approach, whereas if they're not delivering the level of standard required, then you're kind of blacklisted from those more public areas. I know. I'm sure you as the control team become aware of what the problem dogs are. So I'm just wondering if it's realistic or not.
The chair, short of actually trespassing somebody, there's nothing in the bylaw or in the act that would allow us to prohibit somebody because of their behaviour or the dog's behaviour from entering a certain area. I'd certainly check on that, but there's nothing within the act which specifically allows us to do that.
Be good if there is, that person's not allowed. They can not, we don't want to trespass them from the main street, but trespass them from having a dog down the main street is the idea. I think it's not. Yeah. Just on the tethering, it got raised about the 5 minutes. My preference is to go 10 minutes. I think that's long enough for people to do. Go into a store and do whatever. Let's get a coffee or go to the library for a book or whatever. Any thoughts on that? Lots of agreement generally. So proposed 10 minutes. tether time.
Sorry, and just to clarify, we'd remove the tethering length.
Well, again, it's the same principle. So you don't want a dog that's actually a metre out into the footpath and tripping people up or anything, but it's got to stay fairly.
So we could put something in there, the dog must be tethered in such a way that it's not becoming a nuisance to them.
Yeah. And I guess it's how it's tethered, you know, but if it's tethered around a metre and you got parking metre and then you got someone who's afraid of dogs wants to go. So it's I don't know whether there's any ability to go into that, but that's just a thought. Councillor Thompson.
An example from our rural colleagues is that the dog carries its chain around its neck, and that's what it's chained up with. So you're not talking meters at all, you're talking centimetres, and it works perfectly fine.
Okay. Councillor McCone.
I think, and just listening to all the submissions, I think it was pretty general that in a lot of cases it's not the dog's fault, it's the way that it's the owner and their perceptions, and it's just the education of the dog owner and what they can and can't do.
Right, next question was around the Harbour Terrace Kakanui, and obviously there are a few other bits and pieces that were tied up in that one, but first bids with Councillor Hopkins.
Oh, look, I'd go with Forest and Bird and say no to the areas, particularly all areas around Kakanui, Campbell's Bay. I would ask Andrew if you could give us in your response to submitters a comment about the bay or the beach area that Mr. O'Gorman identified this morning. And also there was a submission, and I wish I could remember it, I apologise, but it proposed as an off-lead area, I think the old railway track on the western side of the Kakanui River. So it would take it away from that estuary split area that Gary identified that we needed to have with some liaison with Lynn's. So I'd be interested in your view on whether either or both of those would be suitable alternative off-leash areas.
Any other thoughts or on support of Councillor Blackburn?
Yeah, just supportive of those comments, and I really want to see us come, whether it's through this process or by initiating a path forward where needed. We need to get a response together for Mr. O'Gorman's issues that have been raised a number of times in the past. It's we just actually need to get something into action.
There's one other thing. I think the jury's still out on that area between Beach Road and Thousand Acre Road, which is road reserve. We did have Philippa saying that there were seals there and she identified penguins. Mr. O'Gorman said he'd never seen a bird there, and other people seem to be positive about that area too. So, and given that DOC hasn't taken a position on the matter when they were invited to do so, I suspect that could perhaps be considered as an off-leash area.
Sorry, can we just go back to the question of Harbour Terrace and Kakanui? Councillors in support of that being off-lead or not? No. And just if you won't mind making a comment in regards to that, officers don't support that either. And the reason that it was included in there was as a result of some complaints from local residents out there about dogs being off-lead, officers increased the patrols and found that people whose dogs were off-lead were locals. And when we engaged with them, they asked if it was possible to have that area as off-lead. So that's why it was included in there. But officers actually agree with the sentiments of the submitters who are against that.
Okay. So the next one was on the beach reserve between Beach Road and Thousand Acre Road. So you've mentioned that, Councillor Hopkins. Any other thoughts on that one? There seems to be that there's probably expenses of it that would be used, but it'd be very hard to delineate between where they are with wildlife is. I think obviously there's the ongoing protection of wildlife from interference with humans and I presume dogs be included there, but yeah, and there is the requirement for people to keep dogs under their control at all times. It's very easy to see where a dog might take off and go and cause some damage to wildlife before the owner actually catches up with them. Any other thoughts on that?
Just a question, Philip Reagan is, our Philip Reagan, isn't she? And is, well, what I'm saying is, no, well, she's managing the.
She does manage the
penguin colony. And what I'm saying is, her submission was that she's seen penguins there. I'm just wondering whether, in the absence of information from DOC, whether we shouldn't perhaps place ultimate reliance on the most authoritative scientific advice we could get locally, which would be her or somebody she might propose. So I'm really just wondering how we navigate that. I mean, we have people saying there's no birds here, there's no problem, and then there's Philip Reagan saying she's seen penguins there. So what are we going to do?
Councillor Thompson.
The other issue is one of consistency. If we're going to incorporate in the new bylaws ways of dealing with dogs roaming on farmland, along that beachfront, the same thing. It's a puff of wind off the coast, and the baddies could be blown across onto farmland. So.
Councillor Wright.
I guess just to Councillor Hopkins' point, like it would be if there is evidence of wildlife and birds in the area, it would be good to see that sort of officially, I guess, from whether we take Dr. Agnew's point or if there is any other evidence. This is an area that I take my dog to multiple times a week, and like I haven't seen any penguins there. It's incredibly popular for people who walk their dogs, and so as it is, I would be supportive of that becoming an off-lead exercise area. But I mean, I'd also be interested in hearing if there is any official kind of evidence of wildlife in that area to consider.
Just one thing in terms of the off-lead areas, through you, Mr. Chair. Could we actually require that people, if asked by staff, can actually prove that their dogs are on a regular dosing regime, just as the rural dogs are?
Through the chair, I don't know. Sorry. I'm old enough to remember having to get my dog dosed by the local dog ranger, living in town. But that was done away with a long time ago. I think there's nothing to say we can't ask people, but then prohibiting them from going to an area because they don't have any proof that the dogs have been dosed, that's not something I've been comfortable to answer right now.
I think if maybe you take it on board and just, you know, what is anything done anywhere else around dosing or not dosing and the dog's access to any particular areas? Because I think it's one of those things of if they can do that, they mitigate the risk, and then it's take away the risk, and so they can go there. But it's trying to find the solutions to enable things to happen. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah. To further, I'm just going through my reaccreditation as a supplier to Silver Fern Farms, and part of that I have to prove that my dogs are on a quarterly dosing regime to prevent C. ovis.
Is it close to? Well, yeah, maybe just whether there's any information available or not, just around proof of dosing. That's it. I don't. if there can be something put in there, then that would be handy, that's all.
To the chair, if we're going to talk about consistency, then we need to look at the Cape as well. So the Cape is a dog off-lead area, and we have farmland around there. So just thinking in terms of people's arguments for why do I have to do this? I take my dog to the Cape and I don't have to do it there. I'll go and speak to some other councils and see what they do. I suspect it's probably more your rural councils that if they have a requirement. But I'll go and so I can find some information, and I'll touch base with Dr. Agnew again, just to see if I can narrow down where she's seen those penguins. I suspect it may be at that northern end from where the hard right-hand bend is towards the rocks, back towards the penguin colony. But I'll just see if I can get a little bit more information from her in regards to that.
Thank you. That'd be good. Thank you. Right, next we've got sports grounds. And heard a wide range of things. I think if we look at what the outcome we want is, we definitely don't want dogs on sports grounds that are marked or that are used, because I think that's where, even if they pick up, it's the risk they don't pick everything up and so on. And if they can be kept off, that's good. I think we've got ones I mentioned, the Western Domain, where there's areas where I don't think there's paddocks, fields marked at all, and they could be perhaps opened up a bit more. There's also the roadway through there, and Centennial Park's the same. It's got the roadway through, and car parks and so forth. So the ability to access those. The Dunedin rules weren't too bad. I think it was allowing people with dogs on leads to go and watch games, and if they were on, if the games weren't on, then they could have the dogs off leads, I assume, but they still couldn't go on the marked grounds. So, what do people think of those sorts of delineations? Councillor Ryan.
No, I think I just echo all the comments that you made there, Gary. Just be used to words out of my mouth. So sorry, don't understand the answer to that question. Everything that Gary said, I agree with.
No, it does happen, Jim. Don't.
Which was I get everything up to dogs off lead when games aren't being played. And the problem I would have with that is, how on earth would you police that, and how would you? This is like the dogs roaming around free and easy, but there's this, the white lines of the field, and how on earth do you manage that?
So
I guess we want to go that far straight away. That's all.
People who've got them on leads, it's like they've got a ball they're throwing, or using one of the sticks to throw the ball, and it's going there, it's coming back. It's not. They shouldn't be just sitting on a seat watching it roam all over the field. So it's trying to get that. People don't have to go far if they can use those other options as well of sports grounds. So it is about how they're controlled, and they're there for a purpose, and it's usually the dog likes more exercise than people usually, so it's that throwing the ball around. Andrew, any thoughts from you on that? Okay, we'll go Councillor McCain.
I do have a problem with dogs on sports grounds. And the reception, they're a public area, and there's people playing sports from the age of 5 right through to 50. It doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter whether the dog does its business there on Monday or Sunday. It's still there, and can you get children playing around the side with people watching the games? There could be the players playing the games. There's all those to be taken into consideration, especially in Oamaru. We've got a dog park out here. We've got lots of areas where they can be walked. So, sports ground, and again, I'm coming from the rural side of things. Dogs here at Haidara is NCOs, and it's something we've got to protect our younger people as well. So I would be inclined on a lead, fine, but running around there as a recreational park for a dog, no.
So through the chair, from an enforcement perspective, allowing people to have dogs off lead when there's no sports being played then becomes very problematic, because you're going to have unofficial groups there having a game of touch, kicking a ball around. You're going to have people with dogs on lead because they're not comfortable with their dogs being off lead. You've got an off lead dog. And I completely understand what you're saying about, dogs under control, but we're just faced with the reality that too many people don't have their dogs under control. As soon as those dogs go off the lead, then a lot of owners do lose control, and then that's when we're going to have the issues. We fully support dogs being allowed onto the fields when there's not sport there on lead and on off marked areas on lead. So opening those up to the public. But when you start making currently undesignated areas as off lead, such as our sports grounds, then that's when we're going to have our issues, and it's back to that owner responsibility. And unfortunately, we have too many people who aren't responsible owners who just will let their dog off, and then the whole argument's going to be around, well, it's allowed off lead, and that's so just some real enforcement issues for that option.
In the interest of getting moved on, I think if you bring that back as part of the draft with the explanations that you've given, that will help, and then we can argue the point of the day if we want to.
But everything else as per the proposal in the review
For that
particular one.
Yeah, I think what else was in there? I'm not looking at the.
I think it was pretty clear, and I think what it was dogs, the changes. I'll just do some work around that.
So essentially, that people can transit through, particularly on formed paths and roads and things, and they can, dogs will be in leads. And as always, pick up after them.
They can be on rounds, but not.
Okay, next one was playgrounds. And yeah, I think this comes to the point of what you were saying before, Councillor McCone, as well, that just exactly where should dogs be allowed around playgrounds. Very difficult around 10 metres or whether something's 10 metres. I imagine there's areas now, there's parks where people do exercise their dogs, they do, throw ball for them to go and chase and do that sort of thing. But they don't do it near the playground. I think potential to go on a playground is really, is it that they can go on formed paths where they are provided, but otherwise they stay out of the playground area itself. Put that up as a starter. Councillor Thompson.
I'd just like to go back to my statistics, and whilst we have 12.5% of our population are passionate dog owners, 87.5% choose not to have dogs. Therefore, they have the predominant right to be able to go to a playground or a sports ground without having to watch what they stand on or being worried about children interacting with dogs.
Councillor Hopkins.
All that we ask people in this instance, I'm not having an argument with you, Councillor Thompson, but the expansion or the change to the bylaw in this instance that struck me as being pretty cautious. Essentially, submitters were asked if they supported dogs being allowed to pass within 10 metres of play equipment on council reserves. So basically, that's basically saying you're not there, the dog doesn't stay there, you are walking your dog, you're taking your dog from A to B, and we will allow you to do so within 10, provided you are further than 10 metres away from play equipment. And that seemed to me to be not entirely unreasonable.
At the moment, they've got to be 10 metres or more away. What this is saying is they can be within 10 metres.
Oh, sorry, yes, indeed, yes.
But if they're passing through, like I say, it may be less of an issue than if they're But, and certainly you'd hope that if your dog's in the game and want to go to the loo, then get them away from that area before they do it. But, not all well. Councillor Blakemore.
I think if we go back to Helen Riley Dunn's submission on this particular point, that highlights the kind of, in my mind, the kind of practical experience that some people have when, you know, they're trying to take their dog for a walk with their kids through the gardens, for example. There's a playground over there, the kids want to go and, you know, stop in at the playground on the way. What do you do with the dog? Well, you've got to, this, it might be that there's some middle ground. There's a designated tethering area or something like that, so you're not having to tether your dog to a tree on the other side of the bridge, whereby you're miles away from the dog while you've got the kids in the playground, because the sign at the bridge says dogs prohibited. If you get my point, it's kind of a practical issue that families with dogs experience.
Through the chair, anything to do with dogs and kids and playgrounds, serious issues. And particularly if you have a dog tethered up in an area where people are passing and the family's in the playground having fun, kids are excited, dog gets excited, gets hyper excited, and that's when you start having issues. And all I'm going for there is probably the smaller percentage of dogs which will be problematic rather than the larger percentage of dogs. And being responsible owners and planning what you're doing. And if you're going to take your children to the playground from a purely enforcement and regulatory perspective, leave your dog at home. Sorry, but if we're going to allow dogs in or near children's playgrounds, then we're going to start to have some issues. And that percentage of people who aren't dog owners are going to complain about it. I just urge caution in regards to that one.
I'd just assert that that's quite a blunt approach to what is a genuine issue for quite a few families around the community. So I'm just simply flagging that that's a real issue, and if we want to make it impractical for people, that's fine. But I'm just kind of asserting that's what people experience.
Yeah. Okay. Right. I think part of the problem I think is driven by the fact that we've seen people don't know that actually they can be within, go to up to 10 metres from it now, and whether that's actually something that would mitigate, ameliorate the particular situation, so that they know that, there's a park that's got a playground in it, they think they're not allowed on there at all, then that might be part of the issue. So perhaps if you take Councillor Thompson's percentage of people with dogs versus people not, but put it into the draft that they're still not allowed within 10 metres, and then we argue on the day, 8 on the day. Whether we come up with some solution in the meantime, it's actually going to help work for both non-dog owners and dog owners. We okay with that? Okay. Next is rural properties. So I think we've heard some pretty good explanations about any dogs on rural properties. So are we what are we describing as rural? I suppose is the question. Is it farmland? Is it lifestyle blocks? Is it land that animals are farmed on?
says in the bylaw 223, the owner or any person in possession of a dog that is found wandering on any property in a rural or rural residential zone, whether livestock are present or not, shall be in breach of this bylaw. I do have a question about that, about whether it's actually extensive enough.
What's your question?
Well, Andrew, might an unintended consequence of 2.23 mean that we couldn't say that somebody who owned a dog that was found wandering in a residential area, for the sake of argument, or a commercial area in an urban setting, was not in breach? In other words, by not identifying those zones as well, might a person who had a dog that was wandering be able to say, well, I'm not in breach because your bylaw didn't specify those areas as being ones where dogs weren't allowed to wander?
Councillor, I think we'd get around that with it doesn't matter where in the district, the dog is required to be confined and contained in all times when it's outside of its property. This is just specifically identifying rural and rural general zones for dogs that are wandering on property as a breach of the bylaw.
Okay. Going with that. Right, next is the suggestion around $1 from every dog registration to help fund desexing of those who can't afford it. Councillor Thompson.
Can I just ask, is the dollar going to be added, or are we taking it from the existing fees? And if it's going to be added, I'll be consistent and say I'm totally opposed.
Well, and does it apply to working dogs and as well as non-working?
Through the chair, yes, that would be added, and all dogs. But if council's decided it wasn't applied to working dogs, then that's the council's prerogative. But the intention would be that it was all dog registrations.
Councillor McCain.
I would also be consistent and be vehemently against it as well.
So that's a no from him.
It is a form.
No, I was going to say, and in the spirit of consistency, you can imagine that Councillor Percival will work with us.
We can do no such thing. Councillor Ryan.
Look, I'm open to it, but I was heartened to read by some of the submissions stating that they would actually be willing to pay more than that. So perhaps even if it was like an option to donate more or an option to donate, but that's sort of something that I'd like to explore.
In all fairness, given the different uses and the different management techniques that owners of working in rural dogs and urban dogs do seem to have, I'd probably, if I was going to support it, I'd support it on the basis that the $1 was added to the registrations of all dogs except for working dogs.
Councillor McCain.
Perhaps it could be reclassified through urban and rural addresses.
Where did we end up? Do you want to like when you come back with the draft, do you want to just put it in there as an option, and it's going to be one of those whether we agree with it or we don't? But I think I don't think the problem is the working dog side of things for the main part. So it's like it's more the other. And yeah. Mr. Cook.
I suggest when we put the option together, we actually look at if we separate it out between rural and urban dogs, the amount of money it would actually generate, how many operations it would fund, and then the cost of administrating it. It might be a non-event.
Well, hopefully the cost of administration is mostly just part of BAU, but we'll see how we go. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for that, Mr. Cook, because that adds to my argument that the rural ratepayer is continuing to cross-subsidise other activities of the council.
There we go. I don't think we need to go to the ball. No, it should be zero.
Okay, we won't talk about rural roads, who pays them. Moving on to the next one, limit of number of dogs. So currently limit. I thought there was a limit. What's the differentiation between, you know, being allowed 3 dogs, I think, versus what we're asking?
I think currently if you want more than 3 dogs, you're required to make an application. Is that specific to a zone?
It was mentioned,
And it only applies to selected owners. So just looking.
And just for clarification, it's with dogs over 6 months old, so they can be a litter. There's puppies and so on, but as long as they get moved on.
The dogs are required to be registered after 3 months, so that's normally when the dogs are moved on. They'll keep it home.
Okay. Yeah, I certainly would want an increase, I don't think. No. Okay, general agreement there. Just running through some of the other things. The reservoir area, forest and mountain bike track, etc. It's around there. Currently not a dog prohibited area. So what Gollingham was saying.
Yeah, he was referring to the reservoir area around the actual reservoir and then the tracks, mountain bike tracks up around there.
Yeah. So what people's thoughts on that one? Is that I'm not too sure how many people take their dogs for walking through there.
I'm not familiar with the area at all, but there'll be a fence there protecting people from getting into the waters. Well, it'll be, like, is he referring to where the dogs do their business and the watershed will actually flow into the water reservoir? Is that what he's trying to say? I'm not 100% sure where he's coming from. Yes.
Councillor Ryan, and then we'll go to Andrew.
Oh, no, I was just going to add quickly to that, like the signage didn't used to be very good at the reservoir, but it appears to have been recently updated, making it clear that dogs aren't allowed in that area, I suppose. I've seen being in that area, mountain biking and walking, so.
Through the chair, I think that's more the waters team have put up signs trying to keep dogs out. It's not specified anything particular in the bylaw, but if we wanted to exclude that area in the bylaw, then we certainly could do that.
I think if you propose that, we can have that discussion on the day.
Even if it's just like a buffer area, right? Like not a total exclusion of the I mean, I have no idea about the site itself. I just think we need to deal with the issue, the core issue at heart, as opposed to a blanket approach to the whole area.
Okay. Right, a few quick ones. Bins. Call for more bins around the place. No. Bags with registration or not.
Well, the idea of having.
No, okay, that's fine. Sorry, Jim, you go for it.
No, well, somebody suggested, making them available if they were sponsored, and it struck me that might be a partnership that we could look at possibly. I mean, you know, you get a couple of 3 bags sponsored by X, Y, Tux Dog Foods or whatsoever, as part of your registration, you go away feeling a bit better.
So as Mr. Cook just said, you know, that won't be part of the bylaw, it'll be part of something else that we might seek privately and find some wealthy farmers who want to contribute. John?
I just asked the comment that if you buy a car, you still got to buy the petrol. So if you buy a dog, you buy a bag. Quite simple.
A couple of the other issues very quickly. There was the payment of fines or confiscation fee over time. I think it would be good if you've got a practice that you're using now that's written in the policy if it's not already there. So there's an understanding of how you try to make it affordable for those.
So through the chair, we look at everybody's situation in regards to, we're not live anymore. Are we? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I can't comment on that specific occasion for this situation. Yes, we do take on board everybody's situation, and we did it in that case as well. We could put something into the policy along those lines, but again, we stress that it's a deterrent. The more dogs, the more times your dog is picked up, the higher the impoundment fee.
Yeah, that's not the problem. It's just making sure that people can afford it in the first instance, so that it actually doesn't just create a debt that becomes unaffordable, and then they go to attempts to, break their dog out, or they just, do some of the others evasive type actions that someone will take. So, yeah. What else do I have? Tim.
I mean, I would be supportive of seeing something incorporated. If it's a first time kind of issue, and there was an affordability issue of paying the thing up front, there wasn't a historical. I just don't see why we couldn't come up with some plan when you've got the $20 a day fee accruing as well. It's it could make it difficult for unnecessarily for people. So I take your point. It's a deterrent, but if it is just a one time there was a thunderstorm or whatever, something went wrong, then surely we want to incorporate a little bit of ability for grace in the bylaw.
Mr. Cook.
My concern is if you have a payment scale, the number of people who can't afford to pay it will increase, and you'll get $20, and you'll get a lot of people that don't pay anymore. You've also got to reflect on the other aspects of fines and infringements we impose, and where if they're a infringement and we go to a payment plan and they make the first payment, we can then not send it for dispute to justice. This is in other matters, but it's around the consistency and the one message. So that would need to be considered. And when anything we come back to you on that, we will add that into the discussion so you can make a more informed decision.
Very good. That was the end of my list. Did anyone have anything else outstanding? Councillor Ryan?
Just, I guess the one thing that's come up multiple times in the submission process is around signage in particular, but I guess education in general. And I totally accept that people, dog owners should know where, what the rules are and where they can and can't take their dogs. But I think we also have a responsibility to make it easy for them to understand it. And so in the policy, it's this talk about taking out, providing an information booklet. And I understand that there's the cost there, and we're moving into a digital space, but there's just needs to be something simple for people to easily understand, see where they can can't take their dogs. Recently registered a dog in Waimea, process is fantastic. information booklet that you take home with it. Even it connects you with different organisations in the district. Is really clear information on where you can and can't take your dogs and the rules. So I just think yes, people should know, and I totally get that you deal with a lot of challenging people and dog owners as part of dog control. But I just think whatever we can do to make it easier would be fantastic.
Okay. Any other topics?
Sorry, and I apologise if you don't have a copy of the dog control policy, but since we put this out for submission, there's a couple of other changes that we would like to put forward, just in regards to the selected owner status. Currently, with selected owner status, once somebody is granted that, they keep that for life, yet their addresses change, their situations change, dogs and their behaviour change. So what we're proposing is that we every 3 years somebody who has a selected dog status needs to reapply, and their properties are assessed to see that they still comply with the requirements of selected dog ownership. Whether or not councillors would support that.
Thoughts? Support for that?
Just
Councillor Blackler?
I understand why, but I wonder if it just, yeah, could there be some language used around, you know, if there's no cause for concern through complaints or whatever, then it just stays rolling unless there's a change of address, for example. But there would be that review you propose if, you know, if there had been any complaints made in the last whatever, or, you know, some language to that effect. So how many people have selected owner status? Is it an onerous activity for yourselves?
There's a significant number of dog owners have selected owner status, and what we've found over the last couple of years is unfortunately there's a number of selected dog owners who we've picked up with dogs off lead, non-lead areas, prohibited areas, not picking up their dog poo. And some are using it as a means for a cheaper dog registration. There are a number of selected owners who aren't aware of what their obligations are, and it simply gives us the opportunity to see or to check that they are aware of what their obligations are, to make sure that their properties are still fit within that criteria.
Mr. Cook?
I was just in response to Councillor Blackler there. I'd just say the absence of evidence isn't the evidence of absence.
Oh, it's philosophical. It's okay.
Sorry, Chair, just one more in regards to differential dog fees. Currently, within the policy, we have a differential approach in regards to dog fees, with non-working dogs being at that 100% level, and then neuter dogs are 80% of that, and then it goes down to selected dogs 40%, farm pets 30%, working dogs 30%. And we propose to increase the selected, working and farm pet differential up to 50% of what the top amount is. Or we could leave farm pets as it is and increase the others.
Put it up to 100%.
Let there be debate on the donation.
Yeah, I could put that.
I think if you put forward proposal around selected, but I don't think we should be looking at the pets, working dogs. And yeah, I would say that change the farm pets, but yeah, suddenly they become working dogs anyway. So no, it's all good. Thank you very much, everyone, for your participation. We've got a hearing starting in 30 seconds in this room, so we've all got to depart very quickly. So I will thank everyone, and we'll close this meeting. Thank you very much.